Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. I want to start by saying Merry Christmas, and I hope everybody is doing very well, and living their best life. I know you all will not be expecting to see me, but I have decided with one man to come up today and, just let us just touch base a little bit. It's been a while since we've had the chance to talk. Now, a lot of things have happened before we got here. And initially, I had wanted today to, discuss what I thought was one of the best things that have happened for us in a long while, and in the context of this year. And what that is essentially is, okay, if we look at what has happened in the last 8 years, Buhari to Tinubu, and right now Tinubu's first 2 years, I think the best news, and to see that news or what has happened to us that is very positive as Nigerians, and to see it actually work in our life, is Dangote's refinery. As we have seen from the headline, that was what I wanted to talk about. Okay, so this is it. The core issue is that there is the African has always been meant to feel as if he's not capable of, industrializing, having the technical capacity to build up, a production line from manufacture, to even create markets and deliver. Dangote's success, his refinery, it's not a success for one man alone. It's a blueprint. It's a blueprint for other entrepreneurs around Nigeria and around and Africa as a whole. For the black person, wherever you are in the world, I believe this sends a strong signal. Um, Not only did this refinery do well, it is he is actually exporting to the United States, to Europe, and all over. Now, this is a huge, huge thing. And I think as human beings, sometimes we have this tendency not to understand the magnitude of what is happening at the moment if we are alive and are living that moment. But there comes a time where when history is written, there will be a footnote drawn. And there, that's where it will be said, oh, so it was at this point that this was proven. And that is usually the case in almost everything. I wanted to talk about this a lot more, but something more significant has happened in the last couple of hours because I had rumors, and that, but I thought the rumors were murky until I actually saw it on news sites that are legitimate. So the United States has finally Tinubu has pissed off Donald Trump enough that he has actually confirmed, the Pentagon has confirmed that they carried out a strike in northwestern Nigeria in the last couple of hours. And so we have heard from the Americans. We're still waiting for our own Nigerian defense authorities to give us their inside of the story. Nothing for now is established. Who were the target, what was it, and all that. But as we open up the discussion for today, I want us to talk about the implications of this because this is serious. This is, for me, the way I see it, is a double-edged sword. This could be for the good, and this could signal something, the start of something that could be very disastrous for all of us. So, but we personally, I'm someone who is very optimistic about the future, and but then I see interconnectedness between random things that are happening to mean something at the deeper level. Netanyahu was just. Did you guys see the dominoes? How they were falling?
Sorry,
Netanyahu actually addressed Nigerians, and then Trump launched a strike. And it was Netanyahu and Bill Mayer and their agents in the United States that started, bringing about this Nigerian Christian genocide thing to shift the Gaza heat that they were feeling. And now it has come to fruition. Now we are in the crosshairs of the Mossad, the Shin Bet, and a lot of us do not understand what is happening, and some may be happy, some may be not. Personally, I'm not happy. I don't like it. I hate it. But since it has happened, I would wish that it would be, even if they do not intend it, because hardly does America intend good for any country, especially a black country, and the Zionist appetite, evil states that Netanyahu, that baby killer, hardly do they do anything. They do not have empathy. Their whole civilization is not built on empathy. It's built on military strength, conquering, domineering, and all that, and finance. Yes, we'll see. But these are very turbulent times. But nobody should cower. Yeah, if there's any people that can handle, whatever it is that comes, I believe in my people. Just pray for the innocent not to get involved, not to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think with this kind of people is that they are more about theater and controlling the narrative rather than actually solving problems. That is why their track record does not suggest that they solve any problems, and that is why we have always been against them. So if you look at it more like, yeah, he's a Muslim, yeah, this not Muslim in the go like and people, all right, no problem. You can think what you like, but if you claim to be rational and you claim to be you go school, you study big grammar, and you want to analyze things, you know, and reach a conclusion that
Hello,
can
sir.
stand the test of rationality, then there's such a thing as experimental probability. I will open the chance now and give one man a chance to come in, and then we can see how we can expand the discussion from there. And it's good to be back to see you, all of you guys here. Good morning from here in Nigeria. And today we had a bomb blast in Maiduguri, where, of course, it was a mosque. Of course, um, Muslims died, even though that is not what a lot of the people out there want to hear, who want to control narratives. But reality is more complex than your whatever it is. So let's face it. Yeah, let's see who is around in the studio. Let me start acknowledging the people that are around. So let me see. Okay, Adeola Fadeyan. Merry Christmas. Abdul Mumin. Then this must be a Nupe man. Abdul Mumin.
Sorry, Hassan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, it's actually a Yoruba man. I think he lives in Saudi Arabia. But Hassan, yes, you were going to speak about something else. Yes, it's a Yoruba man in Saudi. Yeah. So carry on.
All right. Yeah. We have a lot of Nupe people who are half Kanuri, half Nupe here. Anyway, let me see. Okay, Ezun. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes the way I speak these names, Ezunwo, Amen. Okay, Ezunwa Eminike. Sorry for if I did not say that right. He called us Emuluko boys, and that we are crying. I don't know how long it will take. I don't wish you to cry. I wish you to laugh. But some things are better experienced. People, they say that experience is the best teacher, right? All right. Real life with Abby. Oh, she's one of us. And who again? I think that's just about the people who have announced themselves. I don't know if anyone is in the studio. So one man, take it away.
Yes, Hassan. So like I said, we were going to have like a gentle little session around esoteric ideas. You were going to actually speak about how Nigeria is breaking away from dependency on oil. But as we were discussing that, a news suddenly broke. So shall we take a clip of that breaking news, Hassan? Watch this.
Joe, we are following breaking news into our newsroom out of Nigeria. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, just happening now, just at the top of the hour, President Trump announcing that there has been a Christmas Day strike, an American strike in Nigeria, targeting ISIS elements there. We didn't get too many details other than this is in the northwestern part of Nigeria. According to President Trump, we're basically going off of his Truth Social post, which he just put out. But he announced that he's doing this as a result of Christians in Nigeria being targeted by ISIS elements. Now, we know that For months, there has been sectarian violence in Nigeria. We know that Christians have died at the hands of terrorist groups like ISIS, like Boko Haram. There have also been a lot of Muslims killed by both of those terrorist organizations as well in Nigeria. President Trump specifically naming Christians, saying that is the reason that the U.S. struck on Christmas Day, and that strikes will continue, the president says, if Christians continue to be targeted. Again, that coming just from President Trump's Truth Social. We're going to continue to try to learn more, but we just got that into our newsroom, obviously breaking right now, something that we need to keep our eye on if we've got American military assets being used now in 2 different parts of the world actively.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based,
So now, son, this is a real event in time. It's all over every single. Oh, have you dropped? Don't drop. Oh, you're the host. So this is all over every single news platform. This is just literally broken now. The images of the flight have not yet come out, but it came off Trump's Truth Social platform, and all of the news platforms are reporting it. Watch this.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look at the White House this Christmas evening. We are following breaking news from D.C. President Trump announcing that the U.S. has launched airstrikes in Nigeria. This is the post from President Trump on Truth Social just a few minutes ago. He said, "Tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorists SCUM in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay, and tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues." That was from President Trump, and we also have a reaction to that from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He said the president was clear last month the killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and elsewhere must end. The Department of War is always ready, so ISIS found out tonight on Christmas. More to come. Grateful for Nigerian government support and cooperation. Merry Christmas. Again, that was breaking news from Washington, D.C. Tonight, President Trump announcing the U.S. has launched airstrikes in Nigeria. He says against ISIS terrorists there who have been committing violence and killing innocent Christians. That is from
So now, Hassan, there's a lot of moving parts around this storyline. Good to see you as well, Larry. Everybody should come up. This is something that needs to. There's a lot of moving parts around this storyline. So in that clip that we heard there, I'm a bit quiet because everybody's sleeping in my house. In that clip that we heard there, they said the American government was grateful for the cooperation of the Nigerian government. So that is to say then, it didn't catch the Nigerian government off guard. It was in tandem. It was in collaboration, in cooperation. So there is that. But then let me also show you this headline, Hassan, because there's so many moving parts moving now. It says, breaking U.S. confirms Sokoto as target location of anti-terror strikes. So there was a news that was making the cycle. There's this particular American parliamentarian that has been pushing a narrative of designating the Sokoto Caliphate a terrorist organization. So with this headline now, that is very much in tandem with that. US confirms Sokoto as target location of anti-terror strike. This is coming out of Daily Trust, a northern-leaning news platform. Let me just give you a few paragraphs. The United States has confirmed that the operation it launched against terrorists in Nigeria took place in Sokoto. President Trump announced that the U.S. bombed terrorists in northwest Nigeria. However, the exact location of the incident was unknown, as the American leader did not give details. The Nigerian authority did not also confirm the operation, but a resident of Jabo town in Tambuwal, local government area of Sokoto, told correspondents that an explosive device busted into flame in the area, sending residents into panic. So that's not necessarily an indication that it was a U.S. bomb strike. It says, I was at home when we heard a loud sound, which shook some of our houses. Immediately, the explosive object hits the ground at the outskirts of Jabo town. It busted into fire. So this is obviously some sort of a strike. It says, given an update on the attack, the United States African Command, AFRICOM, which is responsible for U.S. military operations on the continent, identified the particular northwest state where it struck. In a series of posts on X, AFRICOM said the strikes were launched based on request of the Nigerian government. AFRICOM conducted a strike at the request of the Nigerian authorities in Sokoto State, killing multiple ISIS terrorists. Little strikes against ISIS demonstrate the strength of our military and our commitment to eliminating terrorist threats against Americans at home and abroad. At the direction of President of the United States and Secretary of War, and in coordination with the Nigerian authorities, U.S. Africa Command conducted strikes against ISIS terrorists in Nigeria December the 25th. It said in Sokoto State. So let me go look for their Twitter handle, actually African, but that is the story as it's evolving.
If it is Tambuwal, well, Tambuwal is a local government. If indeed it is Tambuwal, because I know Tambuwal as a local government, there is Tambuwal, the local government, headquarters, and there are a lot of other villages that are quite remote, and those places could be legitimate bandit hideouts. But if it were to be in a town, I don't really know about that. I just wish that the Nigerian government was more, open with us. They never are.
And by the sorry, did you hear my readout? Was I muted when I was reading? Oh, all right. Larry, I mean, what are you making of all this, Larry?
Hey, Woman, how are you?
I'm good. Good to have you.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
No, I think, it's just the beginning. And I think more is going to come. But for me, I want to see the impact, because the impact is what is really going to tell us, how far they've actually gone. There's nowhere to hide for those guys. And I think within the last 2 weeks, the Nigerian military has really been doing very great, targeting those guys and, finishing them as much as they can. So if America is going to help to finish them more, America should help and finish them more. They've done a lot of damage to that country. They've done a lot of damage. And another thing is all these, there are people that are kind of like, oh, they should come and negotiate. Government should not negotiate with anybody. In short, if anybody comes out and start talking about negotiation, they start picking them up. They should start and designate them as terrorists. All these pro-negotiation, pro-anything, designate them as terrorists. I don't really, because I think it's really got to the point where Nigeria needs help. Nigeria needs help. So if America is ready to help, my own is just that they should just ensure that they have their target right and they don't bomb civilian locations. So if they can get their target right and bomb those guys as much as possible, even the ones that want to escape, the military should just do more ground operation and finish all of them. I want that, seriously.
But how do you think this is going to play out locally? How will
It's
this
not
play
going to
out?
play. One man, see, it's gotten to a point where everybody is tired, right? Everybody is tired. It's not going to play out anywhere locally because you can't see anybody that is going to come out like what they did with doing Jonathan. Oh, they are killing the North. They are doing this. Nobody. I don't really think any sensible Northerner will come out and start defending those guys.
But they will now. This is going to be leveraged as an anti-North attack.
One man, I am telling you,
they may even leverage it as an attack against Islam.
One man,
I'm not quite sure.
One man is not. Yes. One man. It's not actually the Northerners that will be the problem. You know what will be the problem? It's a calling cry, and it gives more leverage for the extremists to call more extremists to action and say, okay, this is where we need to focus. Nigeria, that the United States is in now, so this is where we go. You get it? When America attacked Afghanistan, it surged the number of people. Why people left the UK to go to Iraq to join ISIS, didn't they? Why? Sometimes not to wish that, but I'm very sure
forget all those
locals are very, very happy to end these guys.
Forget all those ones. All those ones will not happen. They will finish all of them. America will
I hope so.
It's their hand. Forget all those. Somebody will come from Afghanistan.
Yes,
from
Iran, but Larry, the thing is, America is not going to be in a long and protracted war in Nigeria. So they will do the razzmatazz, and then they're not going to be there more than 2 weeks. They're not going to spend a month there.
America,
what happens after the Americans leave? That's
one man. Have you been watching that space in the last 2 weeks?
Which space?
The Nigerian military space. If you've been following what has been happening within Nigerian military spaces within the last 2 weeks, you know that they are really shelling those guys. Real shelling. At least almost every day. Now, they are now beginning to post pictures of those guys, the way they are killing them. They should kill them as much as possible, even if America is going to help, right? Help us drop more missiles on their head. Finish them as much as possible. Forget about these, their supporters, everywhere. Let them, all of them, finish all of them across the Sahel. There is no time for...
If they can do, if America would extend it across the Sahel and actually do the hard work, I would have loved it more than anything.
America will not go across the Sahel. Sahel people should hold, all those Burkina Faso, Niger, they should hold their own. Keep their own.
Finish it up from the source.
I don't even care about all those ones. The ones that come to Nigeria, kill all of them. Let Burkina Faso, Mali, all of them kill their own too. So everybody kill your own. They come.
Are you listening to Larry? I'm with you in what you're saying, but are you listening to what Hassan is saying at all? What Hassan is saying is that Hassan wants them decimated. We all want them decimated. But what Hassan is saying is, after this American strike, and I think we're all agreed that America is not going to get into some protracted battle in Nigeria, and they're not even going to come on the ground. They'll do airstrikes, maybe a series of them.
Capacity for that now.
Yes. Do we have enough capacity to take on the whole of the Sahel? Hold on, to take on the whole of the Sahel.
No. We don't even, why are we going to go to the Sahel now?
Because what is telling you is that they will leverage this narrative to say the Americans have come to fight their religion in Nigeria, and that will wait them in from the Sahel, and they will overrun you.
One man, let me tell you something. Nigeria is not even doing as much as those guys within that Sahel as they have been doing. See, last week, Somalia, if you see, those ones even came out with their everything. People are ready. People are tired now. It's not just Nigeria. Now, if you've been watching even what has been happening in those Mali, what has been happening in Burkina Faso, and all of them, everybody's affected by this thing, and everybody's bringing guns out to face this guy. So basically, what is going to happen is you kill your own,
Niger killed their own. Everybody killed their own. Now everybody is now tired. Forget about anything. It's not just America is going to do their own. Nigeria is going to do their own. Every other person is going to do their own. We are all on one thing: kill them as much as possible. Forget about all these. If they now is their time to die and kill them as much as possible. There is nothing like, don't let us even sugarcoat anything. The bottom line is it's their hand. Kill them as much as possible.
Larry, you see, I would have wanted, like, personally, me, if the Americans would come, I would have wanted them to start from Bruno. Like, before the militias, were wreaking havoc on the Northwest, they were wreaking more havoc here. And the amount of people that these ones have killed, or maybe, okay, the majority of us are Muslims. Maybe we are not the priority, but
America can start anywhere. They've done their surveillance. They should do their surveillance anywhere they see they are gathered, kill them. Forget about where America wants to start. It's operation. They've been hovering around Nigeria for like a week now, even for almost 2 weeks. So they know, leave them, is their own. Let them coordinate with the military
for 2 months.
Hold on. Let's bring let's bring Crown into the conversation. Crown. So I suspect that for the rest of the year and the whole of January, there's nothing else to be discussed. Did you see this coming? On Christmas Day, Trump then goes to drop confetti on the northwest of Nigeria. What are you making of it? Do you endorse it? And are you with Hassan to say that, yes, they will do the Rasbatas, but after the Americans are gone, Nigeria will pay a heavy price? Where are you positioned, Crown?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Woman. Happy Christmas to you guys.
Are you one of my people from TikTok?
Yeah, you should know me.
Yes. All right. Carry on.
Yeah. So I think I agree with both Hassan and you. So I didn't I mean, initially I was thinking that they would just give us the all the professional advice and all that to deal with it, but I don't know that there will be an airstrike and all. But I think it's a welcome development. But the thing is, we still need to work on our own end, most really in the northern part of Nigeria, because I think we are just treating the symptoms. Because when we say all these terrorists, because they have a lot of people to recruit from the northern part of Nigeria. That is why we are still battling with it today. And I will say it that the system of all this Alimojiri system of government or whatever they do in the north, they have to stop it, because these people are recruiting them. And that is why, this thing has been for almost 14, 15 years. And because they are getting a lot of people, like as I would say, he knows that a lot of people from even the local people are joining them. Because when we have a lot of crowd, a lot of children, roaming about the streets, not going to school, it is very easy for these people to get them to this gang. So US can do all this for now, but we still need to work on that, because in the 80s, there's this where they said the Buhari fought Mitazili, or what they call those people. So it has been like that for long. So, but we need to work on those things by educating all those people. Like Hassan will always say, we need to educate those people, because without that, when US do all these things, they would do whatever they want to do, they go, and in next 20 years, this thing will still resurface again. So that's my own part of it, because at the end of the day, if the government
sorry, Crown, you know those Majeris that you say there's an abundance of them to be recruited. Is this Trump airstrike, is it going to stop the recruitment of radical? Is this not going to make it even easier to recruit those Majeris and whip them up into an ethno-religious frenzy and
Yes,
then launch. Yes.
yes, that's what I'm saying. That
So
we need to.
it will be a negative then. This airstrike might ultimately be a negative for Nigeria.
Yeah, that's why I say on our own part we have to do a lot. The airstrike is just we are just treating the symptoms. So on our own part, the religion part of it or whatever education they are taking in the northern part of Nigeria have to change, because if they are not educated them properly, and at the end of the day they will still bring those people in, and they will tell them that, oh, they are fighting their religion, because some people like Hassan now will say, oh, it is good and all that, but a lot of people will not believe that it's good. A lot will not believe that it's a positive thing. They will not believe it. But
all right. Let me ask you this as well. Add this to it, and then we bring Zita in. Larry as well. Listen, Netanyahu, in his Christmas address to into his own country, that's the president prime minister of Israel. In his announcement, he made quite a point of talking about Christian genocide in Nigeria. So you wonder why he was mentioning that. So that, of course, he said that as early as yesterday, and we're seeing these airstrikes now. So what's the relationship there? And a lot of people actually feel that this is somewhat of a diversionary something to take the world's focus from the actual genocide going on in Gaza. So do you not see that we're just pawns in a game that is bigger than us?
That guy, the guy is not qualified to all the things they have been doing against the Palestine and all that. The guy is just, I don't know why. He's not qualified to say that, because he has killed a lot of people. A lot of children that have died on all this thing that they are doing over there. So it's because that whatever US is doing, the Israelis, they want to support the US, and that is why I think that's why he's making that message, because because he has seen what the US is doing, he's just trying to support what the US is doing. That's what he's trying to do. Nothing that he has done. He has killed a lot of people. The guy has killed a lot of people.
Yes, but do you not see that this Nigerian airstrike, it takes the focus away from
the
Gaza.
atrocity, yes, that is committed. Yes, that is it. That is it. All of them, they want to focus on Nigeria, and even the Nigerian part is even very small compared to what he is doing over there. Compare what he's doing over there. But I'm just, if government can just make it, because what happened in Nigeria is this: we are operating two laws in Nigeria. I don't see a situation where we will have that the remote system of government in Nigeria. I don't know why we are having that, because that's my own. I always, when we discuss this, I always talk about it, because if these people, they don't have enough recruitment from that side, there will be a very minimal situation in that they will solve it very easily. But because they are recruiting more every day, and that is why you see them, they are going strength to strength, because at the end of the day, if US just strike and do whatever they want to do, tomorrow you will still see these people, they will still go and bomb.
Crown, what you've just described there, the solution to what you just described is not military strikes, it's a reorientation program. Because no military strike will de-radicalize these people now. And like you said, they have an abundance to recruit from. So it's very sexy, throwing bombs and all that, but it's never going to solve the problem.
That reorientation they are talking about, that's what we've been doing since Obasanjo period. Let's not deceive ourselves. We've gone past that thing. Jonathan did a lot of those things, started building.
God bless you. How many of them are you going to bomb? How many of them are you going to bomb?
As of now, what we want now is bomb them. Buy them as much as possible.
How many of them can you buy?
The more you keep buying them.
Larry, let me ask you. Those ones that are not inside the bush, that within the communities, how do you want to bomb those ones?
You don't need to bomb them now. Don't we have military? Don't we have people that will bomb them on the land? Why are you talking like this? As if Nigeria is just one small country. We have enough military. They are bombing from up. The ones that want to escape, fight them on the ground. Even the ones that want to go to sea, Navy, fight them. Forget about this.
Larry,
All
you,
this,
you see,
No,
one thing that I want to see so much is the defeat, and then a certain protection, not to have other infiltrators come into it. Because the problem we'll have is we can finish the problem in Nigeria, but if that our border and the way it is now, it will take some years at least before you
why
build
are you
it to
talking like as if other people are not even doing their own? Is Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, are they not
No.
doing the same thing? Why are you talking
We are not cooperating with Mali, with Niger. The posture now is like enemies. Do you know that the implication?
These people are enemy to everybody, not just Nigeria. These people are killing. They are killing people in Niger. They are killing people in Burkina Faso. They are killing people in Somalia. They are killing people everywhere. So they are general enemy to everybody. So, but the ones in Nigeria for now, let us buy all of them. Buy all of them.
All right, that's a lofty ambition. But Hassan, the room is starting to populate. So shall we? Hassan is the host for the day, by the way. I wasn't even meant to be here for this long, but shall we do 5 minutes monologue so that everybody just documents?
Yes. Let's give everybody a chance to say their piece, and then we can open up.
And then we open it up. So Zita, of course, Hassan actually had some esoteric ideas about Nigeria moving away from oil, and we were just going to have some like intellectual something. But anytime you want to be intellectual, you get Donald Trump, who is many things, and intellectual not one of them. So what are you making of this American airstrike? Are we pawns in just a global game that is bigger than our understanding? Zita, give us 5 minutes, and then we'll move it around, and then we'll open it up. Zita.
One man, I actually do not understand what you mean by if you are pawned. Let me say this.
Netanyahu now, he came out, but carry on.
Woman, let me say this. I've said this severally here on this platform, and they laughed at me. For those saying if they finish bombing and leave, the Nigerians will be the one to suffer it, I too will laugh at them. Because what is coming is big. This thing is not bombing the military, the ragtag smelling, poo smelling, gun running idiots that run around Nigeria shooting people. Those are not the target. As I said before, and somebody asked me on this platform, give me the names. I know why, according to them, they say Tinubu caught eye. I know why he caught eye. The pressure is too much. And to his shock, the names he has, the ones they gave him, he was even swept him off his feet. The names that were there, he couldn't believe they could be there. When I talk, some people will ask me, call the names. You will soon be hearing the names when they go down. That's when you will hear the names. But one man, let me say this. I don't want to go into this because this thing I know that is going to happen. And I already know how it's going to happen. It will continue happening. But if anybody think that the target is those smelling, poo-smelling idiots that somebody sponsors to give a gun and they run around Nigeria and other parts of Africa like a headless idiots, killing people as if they can produce any or as if they can deliver any, those are not the target. Period. So, by the way, let me ask a question. Have they released the name of the people that were died in this strike?
No, actually.
Okay, let me ask you. Is Sadana of Sokoto in them there?
No, but
then it's not a serious strike then now.
No.
The next person can continue talking. It's not a serious strike yet.
Zita, just a brief response to what you said there. They did not, of course, they would never bomb the Sultan because that might well be a step too far. The Sultan is the arrowhead of religion.
Laugh again.
Hold on. The Sultan is the arrowhead of religion, not just in Nigeria, but the whole of the Sahel. So it will take some doing for anybody to go up against him. But the strike, quite pointedly, was in Sokoto, which is exactly at the forecourt of his palace, essentially. So that's where the struck in Sokoto,
You
which
know Nasarala.
what's
you know
that?
Nasarala.
I don't. Educate me.
The one that was killed in Lebanon. The one was
Oh,
fighting in Lebanon.
yes. Yeah.
You know, if you go down the history, you will know people who are like that Sadwana that they have striked. Can I tell you something, one man this morning? If they strike in the sky will not fall. Trust me. For those who are saying that they will come and go, and then Nigeria will bear the consequences, I am waiting. Because they're gonna come. And by the time they are done, no Nigeria will bear the consequences. You people can continue.
I think
right, great.
Nigeria is ready for the consequences because
do we have the
we've heard
personnel?
We have to move fast, Oga Ola. We have to move fast.
Do we have the
Let
personnel?
Let me tell you the rumor I heard. Let me call it rumor, so I don't want to sound like if I got the correct information. Now, you see this strike that you see now, you understand, even though Trump talk United States strike, but I think the Northwest was specifically given to the United States to strike for a specific reason, because you first of all have to dismantle those people of the resources they have, get access to sponsor all those stuff. Nigerian Air Force too, they be striking too. So all this enclave mapping, it has been ongoing for 3 weeks, and it was just about 3 days ago that some people were threatening General Musa that you are no longer a military, you are a civilian. That even some people even took it far that they would deal with him, and saying some kind of rubbish. And one of those things they've done in the recent time is this: they monitor those people that were supplying them fuel, food, everything. Anywhere they see them, they decimate them, so that they make sure, first of all, that no logistic for them to even try to escape and do all those stuff. So before they finally release this thing. Now, then there's another part of it that I said that okay, after this, that Musa even suggested that there might be military contractors too that will later join. Then there's this aspect that said, okay, because the state are being they are just doing down about this recruitment of forest guard. So I think some states will be allowed to have the forest guard, while some areas they will have to impose forest guards on their forest to make sure that they clean up the mess. So I don't think Nigeria is going to bear anything. And this thing that US is doing, Nigeria is paying for it, because we heard the rumor that Nigeria signed about $2 billion or thereabout this military did. So it's not a surprise, because all those airstrikes you see from the US, there is several millions of dollars, not just thousands. So it's not been done for free. It's a contract.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So Simba, you're up next. But if we go to
Can I ask you a question, please? The person that is saying that Nigeria is paying for it and it's a contract. So what you are saying in essence is that Nigerian military is aware of this strike before this was strike.
Yes, it was.
Yes, obviously.
I wish you people luck.
No,
where Riley Moore said that. Riley Moore said that they are in coordination with the Nigerian government.
With
so
the Nigerian,
who am I to say that?
Yes, with express permission.
Yes, the Americans said they coordinated with Nigerian
I wish you people luck.
But Simba, what are the political consequences? We're on the eve of an election. You have this foreign intervention in what essentially should be a domestic matter. They've hit heavily against the North. So how does this play out in the politics to come?
Man, I don't agree that it's against the North. It's a mischaracterization. It's against the criminal elements of the North.
I know, but that is how it's going to be narrated in the. Is that not what the narration would be when it gets into the wider media space? But what would be the political consequences, Simba?
Yeah, good man. Merry Christmas and the compliment of the season. Yeah, let me start by saying, initially I had wanted to even attack Hassan, because when he started talking earlier on, I have some kind of say maybe this guy wanted to have some sympathy for these northern elements. You know, since slavery, the triple heritage of
Simba
our
is you down.
you know, when during slavery, you know, and the colonialism, you know, we have this triple heritage of people now loss of identity, whether to align with our own cultural heritage, Islam and Christianity. So, you know, and that is the problem that we have in Nigeria. So, you know, we have this confusion whether to align with our cultural heritage, to align with the Middle East Islam heritage or the Western world Christian heritage. So those are the things that is actually affecting us. Now, if you look at it from the point of religion, some people will whoop up that sentiment that, oh, this is an attack against Islam, a Christian versus Islam and all those things. And you see that discussion coming up is already even in the air now. People are discussing it. Then the politics of it, one man. People are already saying that why should Nigeria actually agree with US now for US to be bombing Nigeria, that we are losing our sovereignty. And so in the political angle, those are the areas that the politician will exploit against the government. So there's no way we can run away from these two angles of. But what I want to also draw our attention to is, you know, few weeks ago we had the coup in Benin Republic. And if you look at Benin Republic is actually very strategic to the Western world, because if you look at that, if Benin has been taken by the military junta, we know what will have happened in the Gulf of Guinea. Presently, the EU, the France, even the Americans are supplying military equipment, military money and everything for Benin Republic. There is a pipeline, because between that actually walked through Benin to Niger Republic, and that is where they want to be getting the oil from the Benin Republic down to the coast. And then we know that the Gulf of Guinea is actually very crucial to the Western world also, because you know that route for shipment of goods and services. So these terrorists, if you look at Burkina Faso now, over half of Burkina Faso has been taken over by these terrorists. That useless guy that called himself that was actually putting out all those useless things that people are supporting has lost control of that country.
Thank you, Simba. Thank you. A lot of people don't understand that these people are just posturing. They are not in control.
So he has lost control of that Burkina Faso completely. More than half of that country has been taken over by the terrorists. And that
even Mali and Niger.
Why he said he took over from the previous government. So, but so it goes beyond all these Christian, all these things that the Western world, even the China, because China has invested, they are the one that laid the pipe. They had a lot of investment in that region. So most of them are focusing on, they don't want these charlatans to actually take over this, because it goes beyond the way we are looking at it. They are also looking at their own economic interest. So, but you know, Nigeria being gullible as we had, people, they have little or no knowledge. They will actually, the politician will use it as their own political this thing, and then the average Nigerians also look at it from the religious angle. So we can't actually do away with all this. It will come out. So it depends on how the government now roll out their own propaganda or whatever, how they solve, make people to realize what they are doing. And that is what is actually what is going
Simba, before we give it, before the next person comes in, and let me just say this, because of what you said, that I think a lot of Nigerians do not really understand. You see, if you guys remember when when there was this strike in Nigeria in the north, a lot of northerners were using Russian flags. Do you guys remember that phenomenon?
Yeah.
that was like an open call for a military takeover in Nigeria. So what is happening essentially is that for the average northerner, he has lost hope, which is with the elites, because the political class in the north are the wickedest of the wicked. They are the ones that do not really care at all for maybe because we have a feudal history and that plays into it, but um, that has brought about a nostalgia for the military, because the ones that are growing up now, they can't see anything. It's only war, destruction, crisis. And when they see something that is good or see an institution, and they'll try, it's the military that built it. It's the military that built it. So if you don't have experience of something, then you do not really understand fully. So there's this nostalgia for the military. And because these border towns of ours are now beginning to be taken over, then for them here, they feel as if um that's what is coming for Nigeria at the end of the day, because they don't actually believe in the elites, they don't believe in the politicians, they have lost hope in the political process. They don't and truly the politicians have not given the ordinary person any reason why he should trust them since the beginning of this political dispensation. They have not given them any reason why they should trust them. So they don't trust them, and they don't believe in the process, and therefore they feel that way. However, one thing is interesting. What I wanted to say about this is that how do we dissociate people from romanticizing military dictatorship over civilian? Because I see this in the north, and I also see it online. I see it online and from all people who claim to be educated too. And that too is a problem. We have to have something to do to counter it, because ideologies, bullets don't solve the problems with ideologies, and you have to do something to balance it with a better and more sophisticated one. Let the next person continue.
All right, let's hear from Izon, who I think is here to tell us that I told you so. I told you so. Izon. I mean, it's unbelievable.
One man, I dropped
Yeah.
something in it. I think they've started releasing footage.
Yes, I'm about to bring it up, but Izon, here it is. We thought that window of opportunity had passed. We didn't think it was going to happen anymore, but there it is. Christmas present to the north.
Well, man, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone on the platform.
Same to you.
Yeah, so, classic Nigerian reaction. Well, man, why are we acting like this thing has not been staring at us in the face for how many years now? Right? During the campaign, we're discussing the possibility of Asiwaju winning. And I said then that if he comes into office and he doesn't find a solution to the millions that are in IDPs as one of his first priorities, that means his first term will be in question. And sure enough, he didn't do it. And not only did he not do it, the insecurity issue was politicized and he was dragging his feet until this thing came from the Republicans. And once it did, we saw the ante get upped and we saw action start being taken. And then the other questions we have to ask ourselves, guys, let's be honest, we've been playing around with this thing. Why is Matawale our Minister of State for Security? Why was the other guy who was Minister of Defense, why was he there in the first place? Right? Our northern brothers are fantastic people. But let's not kid ourselves. There's an element in the north that condones these jihadists, embraces them, sponsors them. So there's complicity among certain people in the north. This is the truth. So we, by politicizing and dragging our feet and everything, we've opened ourselves up to actions from imperialists. They've identified an opportunity in our country that they're going to make use of. This bombing, by the way, which according to the Washington Post, one man was sanctioned by the Nigerian government. This is according to the Washington Post. So it wasn't done unilaterally by the United States military or Department of War, as it calls it. This was sanctioned by us. We gave them permission to bomb this location. If that is the case, what that would mean is similar to how the ISI in Pakistan was working with the United States government during the war on terror. That's what's going to be happening in our nation, where our new Minister of Defense will be working in conjunction with elements of the United States military. I heard the spy plane flies out of Ghana. So if that is the case, then we're going to see that kind of collaboration. How far will it go? Will they then bring in the likes of Blackwater, private military contractors to work with our military on the ground and use geomapping to then conduct additional actions in that section of Nigeria? It's very possible. I don't see actual US military on our soil, but I see this sort of thing. This is the first step. Knowing the Americans and how they operate, giving their antecedents. And this is how it's going to continue. But this issue...
There won't be any boot on ground. Forget it.
Yeah, this issue is on us. We have to accept...
There may be foreign boots. There may be foreign boots, but it may not be Americans because there are talks of mercenaries being also employed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the private military contractors. Okay, by the way, did you know, I don't know if you guys are aware, Eric Prince, who's the CEO of Blackwater, right, approached the Vatican.
Yeah, I saw that story. Yes.
Yeah, when this thing first kicked off, and by the way, people that are thinking that this whole thing of Christian genocide is new, it's not new, right? During the time of Pompeo, when he was head of the CIA, there's an element within the United States Congress that has been lobbying for this for over 8 years. Over 8 years. When the Democrats won, they ignored them. But now it came up again, and then it got accepted.
It was started during the time of Obama.
Yeah, it started before Obama, actually. The Christian genocide thing started before Obama. And what has happened now is that a number of groups, you have the evangelical right in the States, you have the Zionists in the States and in Israel, have identified an opportunity with this. And they're going to milk it. They're not going to stop. Because given the Netanyahu speech that one man was talking about today, he is now trying to spin the Israeli genocide into more of a Christian homeland, religious, us versus them narrative. That's what he was doing. Christians, he was talking about Christians around the world. He was talking about Israel being the homeland. And he gave this speech on Christmas Day. That was not a coincidence. So we have now, Woman, you're right, we've now become a pawn in a larger game. And we've become that pawn because of these bloody knuckleheads in our country who are committing treason by sponsoring these animals to just terrorize the nation because they want to secure power. Do
you think this window opens the opportunity to bring down some untouchables in Nigeria?
Look, one man, as far as I'm concerned, I know Asiwaju might be waiting for his second term, but he should just go hard on all these people that are sponsoring terrorists. The list they've given him, he should burn them down. All of them publicly. He should give them a public flogging, because if he does,
let me ask him this question: what if some of the names go into some of the royal palaces?
It doesn't matter, one man.
In the north,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We've reached that fork in the road, one man. We are at that crucible, that junction, where it's salvation. Wait a second.
Can I ask you one question?
Wait, just a second. Let me finish what I'm saying first, then you can ask questions. Where it's salvation or it's destruction. If there are elements of people in our nation committing ultimate treason by sponsoring elements to destroy the country, as the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, GCFR, it's his responsibility to burn them down publicly, come what will. That is his primary responsibility. And I know he can do it. In fact, he might be one of the few people that can do it. But he may be looking at the upcoming election as a reason to hold back. Because they have the information. They have it already.
Okay. The only thing that I want to ask you again, Mama, let me ask him something. You see, people come here and they act as if they have access to some classified information. And if you push them about it, they say no. And this is how bad narratives, especially that of people talking about the Sultan of Sokoto attacking his past. If you cannot tell us and provide evidence that yes, this is the Sultan, is this, then what you are doing is not actually smart or trying to show as if you have some analytical skills or anything like that. It's just cheap narrative and slandering. The Sultan of Sokoto is somebody who is held very important up until that is proven beyond any reasonable doubt.
Wait. Who mentioned the Sultan?
I did.
I wasn't saying that.
Okay, because I didn't mention him.
Hassan, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, ma. Go ahead, ma.
Hold that, Zita, can you hear me? Hold that question. Ask the question. Let Izon respond. We've still got Ola is here to speak. Rational Mind joins us after a long hiatus. But before any questions, Izon, let me play you something. Respond to this. Take Zita's question, actually. Then I'll play you something and then wrap them all together. Take Zita's question and I'll play you a short clip.
Izon, when we were speaking, I overheard you say that Tinubu actually gave them a go-ahead to do this. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think at this point, Tinubu has a window to say no?
At all. He doesn't have any window to say no at all.
Thank you. So you people should not stop saying that he gave them
no, but I'm quoting.
It's not necessary.
But Zita, let me answer. Let me answer it. I was quoting a report that came out after this bombing from a reputable U.S. publication, Washington Post, right, stating that the Nigerian government sanctioned this bombing. But to your point, Tinubu is in a position where he can't say no if they say we want to take action. So,
all right. Even the Americans said so. It was part of the release from the is it the Ministry of War or something like that?
Okay.
But let me play you this clip. Snippets of what actually happened is starting to come out. So this is something that came out of the American space.
It was sweet and fast.
Yeah, so that was a clip released by the Department of War so far, 10 seconds, but it changes. I thought it was an Air Force something, but it looks as though they were just launching from
multiple. This must be from the sea. Looks like a Tomahawk.
Yeah, so what do you make of that? We usually see those images usually headed towards some Arab country. Now it's headed towards our country.
Yeah, well, man, I'm just curious to see what the result of this strike would be. So they bombed the location, but what we need to know is supposedly it was an ISIS location, right? So we need to know what were the casualties, how many ISIS people did they take out? Was there an ISIS commander there? Were there some lieutenants? What would be the result of this? Are they going to release that information to us as well so we know exactly how successful this was? Or are they going to keep it under wraps? I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Nigeria is the Nigerian government that owes us that.
The buying of the idiots that carry those spies and running around Nigeria is not what I'm waiting for. The buying of their sponsors, that's what I'm waiting for. And I will soon get it. As that thing was swift and fast, what I'm trying to see is one of those. Is he among? If it's not, then it's not a serious attack. I'm still waiting.
It's a good point, Zita, because at the end of the day, if you're sponsoring terrorism, then you're just as guilty as the person carrying out the act. So they can send a drone to your house as well. Why can't they? So
yes, like Zita said, it might just even, I don't expect it to be anything wild, and I think it's a statement of intent more than anything else that, look, we will do it if you don't buck up. But I wanted you to is on just a little something, and then we go on to rational mind. Denola, how do you think this plays into the politics that's right at the doorstep now? So we're 2026, and the next year is the election. So how does this play into the politics?
well, the opposition is going to use the first part of my monologue as their argument. I've been listening to the ADC guys, and my disagreement with them is they haven't produced anything concrete. Everything they've done is just criticism of this, criticism of that, criticism of this, everything associated with the Tinubu government. They haven't said one thing creative that they're going to do. This is not going to be any different. What they're going to say is, because of this government, we're experiencing something we've never experienced in the history of Nigeria. America has bombed our soil. They're not going to mention ISIS or anything like that. They'll just say Tinubu's government's failure to tackle insecurity has opened us up to bombing from America, an ally that has never bombed us before. They're going to exaggerate it, and they're going to really try to make political capital of it. Now,
one man, let me come in there. Any politician in Nigeria that try to use this as a political win, we lose woefully. Mark my word.
But that's
if they craft it in the way.
I don't tell you finish. Listen,
hold on, Zita. Hold on.
That will be in the south. No, in the north.
Right. To what Crown said there, but to what Izon said, that's exactly what will happen. It will happen as early as when morning breaks tomorrow, that the lack of the capacity for the government to tackle insecurity has led to foreign intervention. But our Crown is saying that narrative will come more out of the South, which essentially is saying Peter Obi. It's more likely to be said by Peter Obi than the northern politics. So
that person might end up being a terrorist sponsor. The person who is going to use it, listen to me carefully. Now I say a lot of rubbish. Any politician in Nigeria, let me repeat myself again, that try to use this thing, this strike, as a political win, we end up being treated the way he never expected in his life. It's a sound warning. But if any of them want to say that the strike is weakness, that nothing was happening in Nigeria, and all of a sudden a foreign country going to help us, I wish them luck. But I've said it, any politician in Nigeria that come out to campaign against this, I laugh.
Well, man, the thing is this. They've been using insecurity as a tool for as far back as 2013, 2011, 2012. It's not going to change now. What the thing is this. The question now is, knowing very well what the opposition is going to do, what is the Asiwaju government going to do tomorrow morning? What kind of media tour? Because they have to drive a narrative on this, on channels, on our rise, on YouTube station, everywhere they possibly can to Nigerian people. Because we just had America launch bombs into our country. So they have to go on the offensive. If they want to go ahead and package this the right way and give us full information, they have to identify that in collaboration with the United States government, they sanctioned this bombing. There were ISIS commanders, and yes, they were able to take out blah, 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 whatever. They have to go ahead and put this out as clearly as possible that there was a collaboration between our government and theirs. Otherwise, if they let other people take the narrative, they're screwed.
Yeah, all right, brother.
Yeah, go on.
They'll be releasing information about this already if you go to the government side. So, like I said, this thing is not just
sorry, send the link so we can bring it into the conversation.
No, I went to the Nigeria government site, so on Twitter.
Okay.
So if you go, you will see what they released there already.
Yeah, Ola,
That's
that
it.
was not
That's
good
what they
enough.
should do. That's
They
what
need.
they
It's not good enough. They need visuals. They need to send out their dogs, their mouthpieces in full force, because this hasn't happened in our history before.
And if they don't, somebody will campaign with it. Is
If
that
they
what you're
don't,
saying?
if look, Zita, Madam Zita,
Okay, no problem. Now let's see how it
if they
goes.
don't, if you leave a vacuum, someone will fill it, and they will spread something you don't want. Right? This is fact. We know this.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
So
mind
don't
the
worry.
pulpit,
There won't be
mind your
vacuum. Don't
rally
worry.
and say that Nigerian government allow United States to be killing Nigerians, right?
yeah,
That's
this
what
hasn't
a
happened. Keep in
politician,
mind, though.
hold
Keep in
on.
mind,
That's what a
this
politician
hasn't
will say
happened
in
in our
Nigeria.
history before.
That's what a politician will say
This
in
is the
Nigeria.
first.
Okay, no wahala.
Sorry, Zita, listen to what Izon is saying now. It's not, it's saying how they are going to craft it. It will make the government look incompetent, because if we had the capacity to take care of insecurity in our country, then the Americans have no reasons to come in. So what the opposition simply have to do is that we welcome this American intervention, because clearly the government institution has demonstrably not been able to tackle insecurity. So they are not going to go against it, but they will lever it as a weapon to hammer the government. But what Izon is saying is that the government should move very quickly to control the narrative. All right.
With the wait, maybe next year we they start their campaign.
All right. Let's bring rational mind in. Who has been away for a long time, but I think he has now come to say, "I told you so. I told you so, Abi."
Oh man,
Oga pata pata.
how was it? How was life? How was the holidays?
Yeah, it's been good. Merry Christmas to you.
Well, oh well. I don't
I know
celebrate
you are
Christmas,
not one for Christmas and all
so
that, but Merry Christmas.
I want to say happy holidays to everyone here.
Yeah.
Zita, our friend from Canada, Haizon, everybody, I greet you all. Yeah, I know it's every major news outlet in Nigeria, they've been carrying it, the whole bombing thing, and I've heard people speak to it here, which I think most of us we're thinking about what will be the far-reaching consequence of this airstrike. I think what I just think is that I kind of concur with Zita in what she was saying, that the opposition cannot make this, because this is a different situation Nigeria finds itself. I think Tinubu was, whoever probably, I want to believe maybe he knows what he's doing, because one would imagine that Tinubu has not been body with the present president of the United States. In fact, the way it's being portrayed in among the Washington circle is that he's somebody you cannot really work with. He's a Democrat-leaning person. But then I just think he's working. He has his own people within the Washington circle too that are really working to really spin this whole narrative and to fall into the good side of Trump. Well, for me, it's very hard for me right now to say anything much because I know it's a recent development. It's just that I'm trying to link the whole Benjamin Netanyahu's Christmas broadcast with what eventually played out, the airstrike. So kind of like make me feel like probably he's in the know of what is going on. We know how he's body with Trump. He's been getting support from the current administration, which is headed by Trump. So for me, it's just the far-reaching consequences what I'm looking at. But I think, like Zita was saying, I don't think any of the because I think the fear of Trump is just the beginning of wisdom for some of them, because we've been hearing recently that some people have been put on the blacklist. They've been, even some governors, some present and past governors in the north, they've been on the watch list. They've sanctioned some of them. not to come to United States here. So you would imagine that everybody in the opposition will have to tread with caution. Even Obi has to tread with caution in this matter. But how are they going to spin it is yet to be seen. I think for me, if Tinubu can solve this, which I doubt if it's easy. The thing is this airstrike is just...
Sorry, rational mind. Sorry, rational mind. Let me just, in that window that you opened, let me just insert this. The Nigerian government, and to what Hassan was saying earlier as well, the Nigerian government has started to come out. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Abuja, press release. So this is how they are titling it. So you see the direction that they're going already. Nigeria United States Security Cooperation and Intelligence... Sorry, who am I hearing back? Please mute for a moment. Nigeria United States Security Cooperation and Intelligence Collaboration hit at terrorist target in Nigeria. So this is what is coming out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It says the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria confirms that the Nigerian authorities remain engaged in structured security cooperation with international partners, including the United States of America, in addressing the persistent threat of terrorism and violent extremism. This has led to precision hits on terrorist targets in Nigeria by airstrikes in the Northwest. In line with established international practice and bilateral understanding, this cooperation includes the exchange of intelligence, strategic cooperation, and other forms of support consistent with international law, mutual respect for sovereignty, and shared commitments to regional and global security. Nigeria reiterates that all counterterrorism efforts are guided by the primacy of protecting civilian lives, safeguarding national unity, and upholding the rights and dignity of all citizens, irrespective of faith or ethnicity. Terrorist violence, so it goes on and on, but they have moved very quickly, just as Izon was suggesting, to try and seize the center ground.
Oh, come on, woman, come on. I mean, save me this whole thing with that you...
For the fact that rational mind, can I say something?
Okay, go on, please.
Yeah, they are doing what they're supposed to do naturally. In a situation where somebody still wants to screw it to what narrative he wants to screw it to, he will still screw it to. So this thing they're saying is not actually that they're doing it to block any narrative any politician wants to put out. Obviously, they will even tell you that what would you believe from Tinubu's regime or what administration or something, but that's not what I am saying. What I am saying, that what is happening in Nigeria now and what has entered Nigeria is way beyond this shenanigan. If any politician think he can mount the people and screw it the whatever way he wants to screw it, I wish him luck. Period.
Well, yeah, I think you have a point there, but it's just it's very early for us to say exactly how this whole thing is going to play out. But for me, I just want the opposition to tread with caution on this matter, because if the Americans at this point are helping out in trying to take down these terrorists, and but I know it's a limited thing. They did not really because we still had the Boko Haram that struck in Borno today, some few hours ago. It was yesterday your time, those of you in Nigeria. So we heard the story. So that's to tell you that let's not. You see, one thing about the APC is that for the Americans, even when Trump announced this a few hours ago, I was glad, but I know how the APC people are going to make this, and we've been hearing some of them saying it. Oh, the Tinubu government is working with Trump. Well, it could be that they're working, because I know they want to give that illusion, or or should I say that they want to portray that idea to people that, yeah, it's not because they came into our territory, they violated our sovereignty. It is with the Nigerian people, Nigerian governments. They acknowledge it. They knew about the whole thing, whether they do it or they did not. Because I think Trump never mentioned anything like that. He just said whatever. They went in there and they deleted them. So that's what he said. So, but trust in the Tinubu government now, they want to make it sound like they were part of it. Whether they're part of it or not, we shall see. But I doubt if that information will ever be revealed. because the sensibility.
Rational mind.
Let me land this one because of the sensibility of this issue. Because already we know why Tinubu has been kind of reluctant, even though we know that not that really he has that thing in him to really want to work for the people of Nigeria. But because he found himself in this situation with Trump, whereby he either cooperates or he faces the wrath of Trump. So, and he knows also that he has to tread with caution with people from the north over this issue, because, you know, some of them, if they say these are our brothers, terrorists are your brothers in the north. I don't even get that. That is even beyond me. But then you have your NSA guy that is harming so-called militias. Not these are Meyeti Halas. They call them Meyeti Hala Fulanis. They were harming them for over what? To go and kill their own fellow brothers. And you have him sitting there in Nassau Rock, they're sitting with you, giving you briefing. You see, when you look at this, you see, it's just so confusing sometimes when you look at what are these people really doing? You are harming. I mean, we've been hearing stories from a long time that some of these terrorists or some of these Fulani guys that are in the bush there, when they catch some of them, they say they have the backing of the government. Not you do. If they send me, they will call me from Abuja, they will take the case to Abuja, and that will be the end of it. And that's what they say. So which means this whole thing of arming the BATL or these people that want to become, because some of the guns you see with these guys, you wonder how they're getting these guns. So you see, it's so convoluted that it's very hard for us to even say exactly. But as for me, I just believe this is very early for us to, it's too early for us to say how this whole thing is going to play out. But trust the APC now. I know them very well.
Rational mind, if I may ask you something, because I like the way you come across today. Yeah, I'm very, very analytical and quite balanced. Do you find it a coincidence that Netanyahu, made an address and a bomb blast, things like fell into sequence, and a media follow up? Let's start from Bilmea, where it started and how that took root, and Trump took it, and to lead to this point, and one thing that I was looking out for, if America was going to strike, was to see where they were going to strike first, because that was important to me, because America is claiming to fight Islamic fundamentalists. The framing is Islamic fundamentalists, but the reality is that if these Fulani herdsmen are not Islamic in any sense of the word, if they are anything, they may be Fulani supremacists for all I care, but they are not Islamic. And the Islamic fundamentalists are here in Borno, but they did not come there. But there is something in the northwest of which China, the United States, and other people too are putting an eye on, a deposit of some resources. Do you think it's an accident? Do we conveniently not look at some of the geopolitical things that may be happening behind the scenes when we make our analysis? Thank you.
Well, yeah, I kind of concur with you that there could be more to this whole thing than what Trump is making it look like, that it's all about the Christians genocide going on in Nigeria. But the fact still remains. Let us not deny the fact that some group of people are being targeted. They are being targeted by some other group of people. And we've seen time without numbers that many of these people, when they succeed in getting rid of those people from their own ancestral land, they rename those settlements or those areas. And where are these people? They are in IDP camps. So that's to tell you that yes, there's a systemic or a systematic thing going on here. Whether it's for those whatever things underground, beneath the ground of that place is where they now reclaim for themselves, or they just need some land for themselves. We shall see. But it's very glaring that there is, let us call it for what it is. People are being massacred. Either you call it genocide or whatever you call it. People are being massacred. So for me, if for that is what Trump wants to do, I'm okay. Whatever, anything other thing, geopolitical thing you want to tag to it, because I know this is what the APC people were running with at the beginning. Just to wipe off. I mean, just to wipe up this patriotic sentiment among people.
Yes, we should be okay, all of us, if it turns out to work.
That what?
If it doesn't turn out to work, then there's a problem. But we hope
Well,
it will work.
like I said, it's too early. We don't know how this is going to play. How it's going to pan out. But my point is this. As long as we can deter these people from doing this their madness, whereby they just taking people away. I mean, kidnapping people, asking for ransom, taking over their ancestral lands. They can't go back there. As long as we can prevent people from doing that, I'm fine with that. Whatever motive is behind it for Trump. If he wants to come, let him come and get the mineral resources. After all, even the one they're taking, which one did we benefit from? Did you benefit from any from them? Is there any accountability around that? So for me, life is more important than whatever is underground. So if this would, I mean, reduce whatever activities that these terrorists are getting done around that northwest, coming down to our southwest, and even south central. I mean, for me, I'm okay with that. So for me, let me just say now in the conclusion. For me, I just say this whole thing as I think Tinubu has to tread with caution, number one, because I know the Northerners are looking at him, because we've seen the Northern elders, even before this whole thing happened, how they've been talking, they've been breathing down on him that, listen, you cannot just let a foreign power just come into our country. But when these people were doing all these things, how many times did you people rebuke this your people? How many times did you people vehemently come out and say, no, you people cannot be going around and be killing other people and taking over their ancestral land? How many times did we hear from these northern leaders? Don't get me wrong, not because I'm not supporting Tinubu in any way. But if this would stop the death of people, the massacring of people, I'm all for it.
Can I ask you something?
But Tinubu and his people they will make it. All these keyboard warriors, they're all online now, spinning the narratives. But I'm sure. Hold on, please. I'm coming. I'm sure. I just hope the US will not release any. If they have to release any photo or video, let it be very limited, because the sensibility of this Northerners, because they can go crazy on this. Because if they show the magnitude,
Trump will release it. Trump likes to take credit. He's gonna release it.
All right, we've still not heard from Ola or Prince
Can I
Daddy.
ask rational mind question?
Yeah. I asked a question and then I'll give a response and then go to Ola and Prince Daddy. But just to what you were saying, rational mind there are two things that will determine the direction of travel of this particular narrative. One, when the images start to come out, and it's not even down to the Americans to release the images, the people on the ground, wherever these bombs were dropping, they will release the images. So hopefully we don't start to see children, because if it starts to, the sort of images that can pivot narrative. So that the image is so important. And then of course,
they can lose the moral ground, though.
Yes, and then how the country itself manages the narrative, especially the media space. Do they see it as an opportunity of cleansing, or do they see it as a weapon to whip the government? So we'll see how all that, and especially the opposition, they also have to be very careful in the sort of language that they use.
One man, the truth is that the pros and cons are a lot deeper than what you said. What you just said is true, but it's quite, shallow of actually the pros and cons. But yeah, let's hear everybody.
Rational mind, can I ask you the question?
Go on, please.
Actually, not really a question. When you made mention of BB mentioning Nigeria in his Christmas address, what it simply means is that lavender don't enter, period. That is one. Secondly, I want to tell everybody who cares to hear. I know they usually laugh at me when I say some certain things. At the end of the day, mother way out. The US is not coming for any of your minerals. To hell with you and your minerals. They're not coming for your natural resources. Please. Nobody should deceive you with that. Please. And for those...
You don't have to say to hell with us now, Ms. Zita.
I don't... look, Hassan, I've been avoiding you. You called me an old hag the other day.
I
don't avoid you.
And I was glad to finish it.
Hold on.
Listen, avoid me. avoid me.
You started
Honestly,
it
sincerely speaking, avoid me. You
But
will not
Hassan,
like me.
remember,
You've
you are
been
the
pointing
host.
to the totality.
Listen to me.
The host,
If you
you are
start
the
with
host
me,
today.
you might not like
You
me.
can do nothing. You are
I don't tell you.
Hassan,
You will not
Hassan,
like me.
Hassan.
You will not like me.
Hassan, please avoid. Please
Let me
avoid, Hassan.
continue with what I'm saying.
Hassan, remember
think you are.
So, rational mind, what I'm saying is
Hassan,
that
remember you are the
they're
host.
not coming for anybody's mineral resources or whatever. That's not holding. Anyway, they're not interested. If they are, they don't need to throw bomb at us to take anything they want to take. They have a way they negotiate for things like that. Let me finish, please. I know you people are going to get at me. Secondly,
I'm
as
a
I
moderator.
said before,
I'm a moderator, AI.
as I said before, it is much more than what people are thinking it will come out of. 1 month ago, I said it here. When this thing start landing,
Hassan, can you keep quiet? Can you just hold on, please? Let her just land, please. I think she's done with that. She doesn't want to talk about that anymore. Go on, please.
I don't want to go into.
It's
She might
okay
not like.
now,
He
Hassan,
might not
let you
like
talk.
me. I don't want to go that low. Rational mind. What I was saying is that it's much more than what people think or what they want to see. As I said a month ago, when it will come swiftly, naturally, the people standing around you or the people hanging around you there, they're not going to tell them to run away before they strike. So there's going to be unnecessary casualties, and it is what it is, period. But if any politician think he wants to use it like ethnic cleansing or whatever, I still wish them luck. That's just what I want to tell you. BB mentioning it means Lavender has entered, and I said it 1 month ago, period.
All right, let's move forward.
Let me just say this.
Who's next on the list? Somebody should talk.
Hassan, please let me just land so that you can let me land so that I can keep quiet. Other people can talk, please. My point is this. I get your point, Zita. I kind of agree with you on some of the things you said, but it's just for me, I think at this point, Tinubu seems to be checking some of the things that he needs before 2027, and it's seeming that it looks, even though we know some of them is just propaganda. And his propaganda is holding tight, kind of. It's holding the space tight. We see the way they churn out false data to support the economic achievements, and now they're trying to spin these security issues now, making it sound like they're making inroads into the security aspect too. But time will tell. I just want the opposition not to be disturbed by all this seemingly achievement that Tinubu is having. If he's really having it, for me, if he really truly is having this achievement, I'll be glad. But I know it's all propaganda. But let's just hold on. Let them keep their fingers crossed and look at those points that they can use to market their own idea to the people of Nigeria. If it's on the issue of this whole thing with one single state that is going on, that Tinubu is turning the whole thing around into everybody's defecting to their party, or the real economic issue. You're giving us figures, but what we are seeing in the street is different. Nigerians are not really happy. So let Nigerians make the decision on themselves, 2027. So for me, in conclusion, this airstrike, I know is normally, when things like this happens, it triggers everybody. Everybody wants to have a say. But for me, it's too early for me to comment on many things. I just want to tell Tinubu and whoever those who will manage him, be very, very careful with this whole thing that just happened. You do not want to stir up some sentiment from the north. If not, they would almost make your government impossible for you, or to almost ungovernable for you. So tread with caution. That's just my own word of advice to Tinubu and those people who are handling him. I leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. We'll go on to Ola next. Apologies, Prince Daddy. We'll get to you shortly. But on our way to Ola, I'm going to play you a short clip that speaks to some doubts that you had, rational mind. But on our way to that, I want to put Tim Majek's super chat up for consideration. He's asking via this super chat that does this open the window for a military coup? So hold your thoughts on that. Let me play you this clip, rational mind, and then Ola can take the floor. So you were saying if Nigeria was aware, if there was a collaboration or not. So this speaks to that.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look at the White House this Christmas evening. We are following breaking news from D.C. President Trump announcing that the U.S. has launched airstrikes in Nigeria. This is the post from President Trump on Truth Social just a few minutes ago. He said, "Tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorists SCUM in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay, and tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues." That was from President Trump, and we also have a reaction to that from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He said the president was clear last month the killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria and elsewhere must end. The Department of War is always ready, so ISIS found out tonight on Christmas. More to come. Grateful for Nigerian government support and cooperation. Merry Christmas. Again, that was breaking news from Washington, D.C.
So that tells us somewhat.
Cooperation, one man. Let's not spin this thing like as if there's nothing much of it.
Yes,
they could give them clearance to enter Nigerian airspace.
But they are grateful. They are grateful.
They are grateful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they didn't catch Nigeria off guard, is the thing. So Nigeria,
very possibly, very likely. Yeah,
no, they give us a chance to save face.
They said it, so it's not even likely. It's just what they said.
Well, I'll go with what Big Asset said. Yeah, it's possible they cooperated with them by allowing them, because the way if you go online now, the way they are saying it is like, oh, the Nigerian government were like coordinating the whole thing with them. Like, no, America would not give them that kind of cooperation, because they've already said,
they would need the intelligence to know where to strike.
No,
as well,
they don't need Nigerian intelligence. Don't give me that. Don't give us that, woman. Don't give us that. They don't need Nigerian intelligence. They've been doing their own reconnaissance on their own.
A rational mind.
They've been doing their own reconnaissance on their own. They have their drones that goes around that they use in monitoring all these people. They don't need Nigerian. They know that Nigerian defense is compromised.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
What we're saying here.
Let me tell you, rational mind. You are right. You are right to be angry.
Sorry, Ola. Let me build. Hassan is the host. Ola, please support him. Hassan still doesn't know the fullness of the workings of but it was meant to be a session, but the news took it over. Let me build. Hand over to you guys. Can people please encourage people to especially like and subscribe? Just intermittently encourage that. I'm encouraging as well. If you're not already liked or subscribed, then please do. We will revisit this topic again twice tomorrow, an afternoon session and a longer evening session. So like and subscribe, super chat if you will, but certainly like and subscribe. Super chatters, Tima Jack right there. Ola himself, who is on the panel, and Hassan, the lost star, the sparkling Naira notes right there. So thank you to all three. Others can join them as well. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Ola, the floor is yours. Hassan is the host. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, woman.
Yeah, let me just ask one question. Mr. Ola, let me ask one question that we are not really looking at. Is the issue of Ghana. Is Ghana going to be the next visible U.S. presence in West Africa? Because most of all those
already. They've been for many years now. Since the 80s now, they've been there.
Wait now. I know they've been, right? But in the last 3 months, the American presence in Ghana
surged.
Been huge.
Right? Yeah, because Niger Republic asked America to move away from the border.
Yes.
So
that's
Ghana
true.
is the only place that accepted them. Yeah.
Yes, and Ghana has been playing.
No, Ghana did not accept it. They already have a U.S. base in Ghana. Even since the 80s, late 80s, 90s, they've been there.
It is still the same thing. Ghana has always welcomed them. This is just semantic.
No, it's not.
Right,
You need to understand it
Larry.
because you make it sound like maybe it's they just have
This
to
is
move from Nigeria.
semantic.
Okay, go on, please.
Ghana
Go on.
is the
Go on.
one that is ready to host them in West Africa.
That is
Period.
exactly.
Ah,
So
here you go again with
basically
that.
now,
Yes, I mean, okay, go on, please. Go on, please. Go on.
because Africom that did the whole thing, right? They've been moving a lot of things to Ghana since the last 2-3 months. And Ghana, even when everybody is okay, let's start with the issue of deportation and all those things. Everybody said no, Ghana said yes. Ghana took them in, right? And I think for like 2 weeks now, all the surveillance in Nigeria have been from Ghana.
My wise man.
They take off from Ghana, they survey Nigeria, they go back to Ghana. And I'm very sure that this same thing that happened tonight will definitely be coordinated from Ghana. So
From
how
Niger.
are other, because these AES countries, right? Because
Larry,
Okay,
please
let me
bring it together so that we give Prince Daddy a chance to speak. He hasn't spoken. He's the only one that has spoken.
No,
okay,
I'm
okay,
the
yeah,
one to
that's what
speak
I just
now.
want to. I just want people to also talk to that perspective.
Oh,
So how
okay,
the AES
okay, maybe
Larry
later.
will get
Let
there
me just
when everybody has spoken. We'll get there.
let me just utter what I need to utter. You see, one thing is this: I know that Nigerians are hungry, rightly so. They can do that because of how passive Tinubu was initially. But what could this man have done? To be honest, you understand? You know, that led me to making a statement that anybody that is not ready to lay his life for his country is not worth that position. Because I know that all this fear from international body, all this crook like a Transparency International that wants to start shelling, you understand, the next story will be human right, human right, human right. The same fraudulent thing that they used against Goodluck Jonathan, to the point of, you know, when they wanted to blackmail Jonathan, they went to Obama that, oh, this guy is violating human rights. That his intention was to go after opposition, that they were fighting innocent people in the north. And at the end of the day, Obama refused to sanction sales of weapons to Nigeria. Even when they tried to buy from the black market, they block it. Now, who supported this APC that allegedly that some of his chiefs allegedly imported terrorists? I won't call them foreign militias now, you understand, to fight Jonathan in case Jonathan didn't will not hand over power. And the thing now just escalated to what we have now. And people and some people that have interest in Nigeria for their own purpose of cleansing some people off African land, you understand, they took over. Because some of these idiots, all these ragtag criminals that are terrorists around, they themselves, I think some of them don't even understand what they are dealing with. At least I've listened to different people like Macedonia Initiative and all those are fact-finding that they're representing. So what we are seeing here is this, but for people to think that America just arrived Nigeria without working with Nigeria government, okay, it's not everything you play politics with, to be honest. Sometimes we just have to be serious because we are talking of something very important to our existence here now. This one is not because whether you love your love for that candidate that just you are seeing in instead of seeing the security of Nigeria. We are not at that stage now. Look, since November, even a guy was even accused that why were you releasing classified information? And the guy said, just go to all those flight information, flight way and all those stuff that you will see everything that is what's going. It's documented that right from late November 26th to be specific, there was information that Nigeria and United States of America even agreed to fast track supply of some, they call it 12H 1Z Viper attack helicopters. They were supposed to take the delivery in 2028, but they said, okay, they are now going to fast track now. So then they reached agreement for like a $2 billion contract agreement between the United States of America and Nigeria. It was after that that Trump seems to calm down, that, okay, they are no longer, that America will not solely now come and attack Nigeria again, that, okay, they now form joint Nigeria-America task force. So prior to this festive period, this thing is online. You can go to the First News and so many people, and you can even go and follow Riley Moore, Mike Arnold, and so many people online that you can stitch one or two information together. So they've actually been doing this enclave mapping. They be doing that. Even up to yesterday, when they traced one, when they traced some helicopter landed, they traced one helicopter landed on the particular surface. You understand that they were doing everything. But what many of us never expected, was this attack in the northwest Nigeria. But when they attack in some other area prior to that time, even they displayed one of the commander of those terrorists that were pied. You know, I think earlier yesterday, earlier on 24. You understand? So they displayed those things. So what I'm saying here is this. It is not everything we politicize. But the question is this: what could Nigerian government have done without American coming in at this stage? You understand? Even when we look at what the Southwest governors were doing during this festive period, it start making sense that all of a sudden you were deploying drone in your state, because after they got information that these guys they were using Kogi and Kwara as a buffer zone to test ground of what they wanted to do, with a signal that they plan to attack southwestern Nigeria. And they specifically mentioned Ekiti. From that intelligence report, they mentioned Ekiti, they mentioned Oyo State, they mentioned Lagos State, and Ondo State. The only two states that were not mentioned in that intelligence report, Osun State and Ogun State. I was wondering why taking out Osun State and Ogun State out of it, because that was the thing that I started wondering about. So it simply means that whether we like it or not, that Nigerian government, they somehow knew that things were going to happen. You understand? They somehow know that things were going to happen.
Nigerian government knew that something was going to happen. What Nigerian government knew?
I think they know. I think they know.
They don't know. It was a U.S.
intelligence. Hold on. When did they release?
Hold
on now. When did they release 130? Before now they released 130 children that were kidnapped, right?
Oh, come on. Hold
on.
Okay, go on.
You don't have to believe me, but this is just my own.
Well, me, I'm telling you that U.S. government. Hold on. When Riley Moore came, he was even saying it. That, I mean, not even Riley Moore. There's this guy who owns Truth something. So what's that Truth? Whatever. Truth.
Are you talking about Mike Arnold?
Something like that. Yeah, he's been saying that they've been giving the Nigerian government intelligence that there's going to be a Christmas Day bombing. So that
okay. I said what many of us never envisaged, when we never thought about, was that whether they were going to do this northern part of bombing. That's what I said. I didn't say I said what we never saw coming. We've been seeing some things. We've been seeing some decimation of bombing by Nigerian Air Force, but we never thought this one that Trump announced today will happen.
Hola.
That's what I just said.
Hola.
Yeah.
Part of the reason, a rational mind. First of all, Merry Christmas to both of you. Part of the reason why I kind of.
To say Merry Christmas to you, I have my account number. I sent to you. They take up to $5,000 for Merry Christmas. I don't know by mouth.
Part of the reason why I believe the Nigerian government, typically I won't believe them in this situation, but part of the reason why I believe them is because they had that recent reconnaissance flight, that came in from Ghana, flew around parts of Nigeria to gather information and they did all of that. So there was some kind of plan, and they did that in collaboration with our government. So there was some kind of plan where they were scoping out and identifying targets and locations. And that was just done, it hasn't even been a week. And then all of a sudden, they saw the opportunity and they hit these guys. So I think, typically I won't believe our government, but I think there's something to be said that I think this was a collaboration thing. And you know how Trump behaves. Now he just go on through social and just tweet some nonsense that, oh yeah, we just did this and this. But I think there was a collaboration between both governments.
No, when you see the timeline of that announcement, when you see the timeline of that announcement by the US guys and that of Nigeria, not too far from each other. Then one thing is this, although sometimes we tend not to believe social media posts, and some people posted some guys from that camp of all those terrorists that were saying, oh, they were begging government to let them negotiate. People were saying, oh, old thing. I was trying to decide whether understand. Then again, this professor now started threatening Musa that no, you cannot attack this guy, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. And the most barbaric part of it was what I read on the line, threatening that.
Who was threatening Musa?
General Musa now, the
who
defense
was
minister.
threatening him? That's what I'm asking.
There was some guy, I've forgotten his name. There was some guy that was threatening.
Professor online. And again, there was this guy that said, we know where your family are. This thing was serious. So that
but Gumi, I don't know if that one is true, because Gumi took some people to court.
Yeah. So when you see all those stuff, they say, oh, Musa, you are now a civilian, you have to listen to us. You understand that you have to. So when you see all these things happening, and
can I ask you something? Can I ask you, because you?
No, let me just land my conspiracy
you're talking
theory
too fast
so that
I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying. You said somebody. No, I'm just trying. I just want you to clarify so I understand. You said somebody threatened Musa, and this person is a professor. Is he from the north, or is he? What's going on?
Yeah, it's from the north. It's from the north.
And he was saying that they know where his families are.
No. I don't. That one is not popular. The
one about the family. That one came in. Somebody accused Gumi of threatening Musa's family, but Gumi came out and said it's a lie and has taken those people to court. As charged, he has sued them to court because he said he never said that. But but
which family did he threaten? Which family did he threaten?
No, he didn't threaten anyone. At least officially, we don't know if he did. But someone accused him through social media that he threatened Musa's, the Minister of Defense's family. If he continues.
That guy Gumi is full of threats now.
Yeah, so but we don't know, Madam Zita, we don't know if he did it, right? It's just, how these things are these days. You can't even tell of what's true or what's not. You have to verify everything.
There's even another guy that put out, we know where they know where the family is. They mentioned that is Songo, whatever, in Kasada, Kaduna, they mentioned the area. I was saying, like, what? I was like, I was even about to go after the guy that brought it on social media. I said, this guy must even do everything to go just for you to trend. You understand?
But Ola, honestly, this thing that's happening to us now, right? From the minute Trump announced this thing to this action now, the people that have been making all the comments of saying, oh, you kill Boko Haram, you're killing our brothers, this and that, all the coddling, Operation Safe Corridor, all that nonsense. Oh, putting Boko Haram and ex-jihadists into our military. All that nonsense we kept seeing over and over and over again. That is what is causing this today. Because if we had dealt with this the way any reasonable country should have dealt with this thing, no Operation Safe Corridor, no Major General saying that any Boko Haram member can aspire to become president of Nigeria tomorrow, no Gumi coming out to say, oh, we should stop the bombing and let's bring them in. These are our sons. Let's take them in. Let's give them amnesty. All this nonsense. We won't have this today.
Yes, you see one thing. This thing is good for us, though. It's good that it's happening because these guys were so emboldened, and thanks to Obama, because America supported these criminals into getting power, and I'm happy that there's another American president that is crazy enough to help Nigeria. You understand? Like this information that I'm talking about, when they reached the agreement on those things, it was paying air, it was paying air on go and check Defense News Nigeria, it was paying on November 26th when that news first broke on that. So to me, I don't want to just sound like someone that know much about this. I will only talk about the rumor I follow and all those things that I dig personally. I think whatever that is happening in Nigeria today, I think the government. I think Tinubu could not have done this without America. Let's just be honest.
Of course,
not have.
of course.
Couldn't.
Politics now.
So
that's Tinubu's biggest Achilles heel.
Yeah.
His instinct to play politics first. Honestly.
So it could no way he could do it because and it's good though. It's good because I know that and like I said, I know that the Nigerian Air Force will be shelling for a while. To be honest, they'll be shelling for a while, at least for the past 4 days.
Who are they shelling? Who are they shelling?
Ola.
Who are they
And
shelling?
the freedom fighters.
People,
Madam, sorry, let me just round up in 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
The freedom fighter that is it Gumi that called them freedom fighters or someone? Yeah, Gumi or someone called that the freedom fighters for the north in the bush. You understand? Those freedom fighters.
Those are the people that
in the bush.
Nigerian Air Force have been shelling.
Yeah, those freedom fighters in the bush. Yeah.
Ola.
According to
Ola.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know why we are doing this as if there is an alternative. This thing has been going on for years in Nigeria, and as it goes on, it gets worse by the day. And these Northerners are not condemning it. Because it is happening in their land. You hear them whenever they want to speak. It's on those people's defense. For reasons best known to me and them. So this question of Nigerian government, Tinubu should have, politicians would, opposition would. Look, Ola, it's way beyond it. We shouldn't be discussing on that level now. I think we should be discussing on the next line of action. Honestly, sincerely speaking. Because this is a case of you are up, you go by. You dey down, you go by. You fight them, they go still, you go by. You don't fight them, you go by. So it is not a situation that I say, okay, fine, don't do this so that it will stop. Okay? You got to do what you got to do. Because the level it is now, you see people attacking you because you mention a name they think is a god. It shouldn't be mentioned. Some of them even come here to ask me, do you get your information where others don't? I wish them luck. But everything I have said here, 90% of the time is correct. They laughed at me. I told them that they know them. They're going to hit them. They're not going to bomb Nigerians, but they're going to hit them. And then people around them, there is going to be casualties, which is normal in every strike. Anybody who is standing beside you and you are a target, definitely that person is going to go down with you. Whether it's a baby, a 1-year-old baby, a pregnant woman, it doesn't really, at that point, it doesn't really matter because they're not going to shout. The drone is not going to tell the pregnant woman to run away because he's going to strike you. So they're going to see things like that. But anybody thinking that there is another solution or another way, or if you don't do it, they're going to stop, or if you do it, it will get worse. Those are actually not what we should be discussing, because we've way past that stage.
No,
The way
madam,
Nigeria is today, they got to do what they got to do, period.
you know what we were against was the classification. Every Nigerian, there's no Nigerian that disagree that we have insecurity, but just streamlining into religion is where the danger is, because okay, now look at the Israel Prime Minister talking now as if it is like a religious war.
Yeah,
That's what
because they
many
need
Nigerian.
I've
No,
answered that question.
no,
Because
hold on,
Lavender
madam.
will be involved. He got to know, because they're going to use his AI. Yeah, they need to tell him.
That means that if I'm an idol worshiper, that my life means nothing as a Nigerian. That's what you are telling me, and I will feel.
Allah, I
No,
think,
let me
hold
just.
on, let me answer you. I think we have discussed this here severally. I have said this, and I will continue saying it. Yes, they might use Christian genocide to come in. That's okay. But I've been saying it, and I will continue saying it, in as much as people who are Muslims and people who are Christians are trying as they can to mumble the thing together. They are not together. The insecurity in Nigeria is different. The rat tax running around, killing anything and anything and anything and anything they see, setting anybody and anything and anywhere fire. That is a different thing. I have said this several times.
Madam, hold on. See,
Christian
hold on
genocide
here.
is when you target people.
Madam, hold on. I want to pass information. See, Ezewa Emenike, let me tell you one thing. I don't take any wrong classification or linking me by playing, or maybe you are joking. I don't take it funny. You are asking, Ola, are you a killer? I don't find that funny. I know you are joking, but please be very careful how you joke with me, because I'm going to ban you. You don't take anything criminal. You don't ask me question whether I belong to any criminal organization. I find that disrespectful, and I find it even criminal and offensive to even ask me such type of question. Please stay away from that, and that will be my last warning for you. I don't find it funny. Thank you, Madam.
May I come in, please, just to lend support to Zita's point? It seems it's not registering. That's why I came in particularly. Has any northern political elite, has any northern political leader, has any northern religious leader condemned the terrorists?
They don't.
No. And if you don't condemn a thing, the logical thing is you are supporting it. So if you are supporting evil, you will get evil. It's simpliciter. Nobody should support anything that is happening now. They ask for it. It was Professor Usman, you are trying to remember his name, who threatened Musa 3 or 4 days ago. Because the problem they are having right now is that Zubai, or whatever was the former defense minister, is no more there. When Musa was chief of defense staff, when they want to strike, they have to get permission from either Matawali or that Zubai before they strike. Now, the chief of defense staff himself is now sitting in the position. Matawali has no power, has no voice. So he takes the decision with the new army military team. So they are striking, and they're doing a very good job in the last 5 days, just to make sure we have peaceful Yuletide season. And now America has come. So nobody should have pity for these northern leaders. And it's just beginning. They will have to beg before this will stop. Thank you.
I'm telling you, Somebody came here and said that when US will go, Nigerians will suffer for it. Somebody came to this platform this morning and said that shit. I mean, I don't get it. But anyhow they want to screw it, let them screw it. But what I want to tell any Nigerian who cares to hear is that at this point, it is what it is. You can't say don't strike them. You can't say bring Nigerian military that is already having romance with them. You can't say, okay, it's gonna stop. They will stop.
No, Madam AI, I don't think it's out of place for someone to be afraid. But what we just needed to do was just to guide the person appropriately. Because it's right to be afraid going by antecedents. But in this situation, based on the information we have, Nigeria has that option of getting private military contractor or working with the United States of America directly.
Listen, let me tell you, Ola, I don't know what you are trying to push. Let me finish. Before I lose my thoughts. I don't know what you are trying to push.
Now.
Okay,
Madam,
go ahead.
I will lose my thought too. Now, you see, anytime we were decimating these people before, we used to have this in anger around our leaders. They blackmail our leaders. We say, no, they are eating, they run target, they are eating civilians. And all these northern leaders and Transparency International, whatever they call themselves, they are good at blackmailing our government. And everybody is afraid of facing a crime against humanity, no matter how you are, because we are from a weak country in terms of our president can just be picked up and taken to Hague for justice. So that's why the like of Jonathan ran away. It was not as if it was difficult for Jonathan to stay there and let these people try their rubbish. And that your president in America, called himself Obama, was supporting. But now America is backing now. Whatever that is done now, okay, go and tell America now that there are civilian casualties. Go and tell America that story too.
Sorry, you said who was supporting, please?
Obama supported those people that brought these terrorists to Nigeria.
He didn't support them, but he littered them all over the world. I wouldn't use the word support.
Okay. They blocked Jonathan from getting weapon, and towards the eve of our election, you go and read the Obama statement. That was why Jonathan was afraid.
No, you can't use the word support, please. He didn't support them. But when your president, Barack Hussein Obama, was busy.
Your president, not my president. I'm not an American. Your president.
In his presidency, he bombed over 100,000 sites. In his 8 years of president, 100,000. He was busy trying to finish United States weaponry. I don't know what his plan was anyway. He was the one that littered those people all over the world, actually.
So what's the difference?
Madam Zita, he supported them. Ola is right. He supported them because
you
can't say
support because he was bombing them.
He supported them. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
Let me say
Let me explain. Let me explain why.
Wait, let me see.
He supported them because you can't have a country fighting a terrorist group and you put an arms embargo on that country to the point where that country has to pay cash and fly in weapons, paying cash from South Africa and then bringing mercenaries just so they can fight these people. That is support. That is implicit support.
I wouldn't use the word support.
Ola is right.
Because I wouldn't use the word support because
it's okay. We don't use support. That's what let's just move on. Let us not just get too hung up on this.
Because
I have a question for Baba.
If he's supporting them, he wouldn't have even killed the ones that are American citizens. He wouldn't have fired them.
That was not in Nigeria. That was in the Middle East. That was not in Nigeria.
But let's go back to our Nigerian talk. Ola, I don't know. I don't actually know the narrative you are trying to push. Because since you came in here, you are making it that Nigerian government and the United States military had a romance. And then the military, they are aware. Let me say this. You know, I say a lot of rubbish. Let me say this. Any kind of attack in Nigeria of any kind, either by Nigerian government or by a foreign government to help Nigeria in trying to stop the mayhem that is being sponsored in Nigeria, and that person decide to have a romance with Nigerian military, it's not going to get ahead. I have said it here, and I will continue saying it. Anybody who wants to strike Nigeria, targets in Nigeria, and decide to lay that information, discuss it with Nigerian military, that person is a joke. So, Ola, I don't know the narrative or the propaganda you are going to do that the Nigerian government is very aware, the military is very aware, and they told them when they are going to launch it and where they are going to, and the target and the place they are going to launch. I don't know the narrative you are pushing. But if your narrative is correct, then it's a Yahoo job that doing because it's not gonna work.
So can I quickly
Can we
share?
allow Prince Daddy in? Okay, eyes on. Who want to speak?
Hi, I think I want to urge everybody because I noticed something, about we Nigerians. I think we need to study more about geopolitics. You need to really know how it works. I supported what Ola was saying. It's even when it comes to Tinubu's position. Of course, I'm not speaking for him here, but I think it might even likes it because he might be facing some challenges with dealing with this issue with the North before, but now that he has an external person who is coming to act in that position, I think he will even commence that. But when we are talking about collaboration, definitely, as you've seen the Pete exit, right? He has mentioned in his tweet that they collaborated with Nigerian government. When we are talking about collaboration, it doesn't mean the army. We have National Security Advisor, which is Ribadu. Even though if they do not trust the leadership in the military, they could have a covert operation that it's only small number of people that will know about it. It doesn't mean that they are going to publish the information that, oh, we are going to do this. Nobody will know. But for you to say that maybe Nigeria government do not, definitely they know. So I totally agree with our last point, and I believe that these things are being worked together in collaboration with Nigeria government. But I will also urge you, I think everything is online now. You can Google, you can research. Even when it comes to the start of the insurgents that we face in Nigeria, I mean, we've seen what USAID, what they have said, right, in the House of Representatives in the US, right? It's very open to everybody. I'm not going to talk too much. This is internet, and I'm just gonna, shut it here. But thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thank you, AB.
So let me say something. Let me say something.
I have a question for Baba.
Let me say something before you move on, please. We're not saying that at least Pete Exec talked about collaboration. We know, but you see, let's not do this making it sound like there's some kind of like some kind of workings, like, oh, they were sharing intelligence. I don't think they're sharing intelligence. Like Zita rightly said, they will never share.
God bless you. That we never.
Wait, how do you know? How do you know? How can you be so sure that they didn't say any intelligence?
For us to move forward.
You want me to answer you?
Yes, how can you be so sure?
No.
Okay, let me tell you.
Don't answer yet. No, Madam Zita, don't answer yet. Let's cover those people that have not spoken. Hold on. Let's cover those people that have not spoken first of all. I know that all we want is security. That's the goal of everybody. How we achieve it is what is different. Prince Daddy, Merry Christmas. We'll be talking about this insecurity. For now, we'll be chatting what was happening. So what do you have to say if you are there? Omud, Prince Daddy, and let us hear your opinion. Okay, I think Prince Daddy is not there. Then who hasn't spoken? Then we have to move to Baba if Prince Daddy is not there. So Baba, Merry
Yes, sir.
Christmas, sir.
Yeah. Sorry for my manners. I was so angered that I had to barge in.
Baba. There's nothing wrong
Merry
with you.
Christmas to all. I salute you. Asheisha Modun. All the evil remaining in the few days left. We go jump and pass. Anyone will not go affect us.
Baba producer.
Wale Mokiel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I answer your question before I
Yeah,
proceed.
yes. Thank you. So my question is, based on everything you've seen in Nigeria now, with this launch in the Northwest, specifically in Sokoto, how do you think this translates into this, especially Northwest response to Asiwaju? And then because of this bombing, there's no turning back. Asiwaju has to go full force now. What are your thoughts about how this whole thing will play out?
Look, let me put it this way, and it will shock you, and you will not believe. Tinubu is going for broke in all of this. Tinubu is going for broke. Whatever that means, whatever happen, let it happen. If heaven will fall, let it fall. Like Zita said, and I supported. Like Zita said, and I supported. Until these people learn to condemn what is happening. Take, for instance, until it was outed about a week and a half ago, who knew that the NSA, whom I like so much, I will confess, I like Rebado, who had been harming some Fulanese secretly with military-grade weapons. I don't say he has evil plan. That's a classic textbook solution, which Mossad has been using very well. You understand? Mossad, let me coordinate my point, which Mossad has been using from time immemorial. You have an inner circle, which you arm against the bigger one to cause disruption. But in this case, Nigeria is a different terrain entirely. These same people you arm now are now pointing this gun at other territories, other ethnic group. And you expect them, and you, the same NSA, not your fault, not your own time, you are refusing to give a regional policing group like Amotekun the same military grade weapon to use to help them fight these terrorists. I mean, can you fathom exactly that kind of thing? You give to private people. You refuse to give an organized people backed by regional government. So the thing is, we can only solve this problem by what is happening right now. What is happening right now is the only solution, because they refuse to condemn this thing. They are supporting it, and they are even doing mischief by comparing them to the militants. We should settle them. We have to do this. We have given us conditionalities. I mean, what kind of thing is this? I don't understand. Look, it's not. I think those who died in the mosque yesterday, are there Yoruba people there? Are there South people there? For me, I don't care. I don't care. If they are killing themselves, fine.
And that's the reason why you're not the right person to answer this question. He's asking you essentially a Southwesterner who is living in the United States about what the people of the Northwest generally feel. You see how you cannot be able to answer the question?
Look, Hassan, you are not in a position to speak here, because from what you've been saying and how you've been coming out, outing yourself in the last couple of days, this is the problem we are talking about. Until you guys start condemning what is happening in your territory, there will be no peace. You have to condemn it. Because you particularly, whom I think you've been very rational over the years, has become very virulent of late, because the people are vehemently attacking what is happening in your territory, and you have never one day condemned these people.
Me, I have never condemned these people. One
I've
day,
not had you.
Just to me now.
Hassan, you are too far from your microphone. You are too far from microphone. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay, let me adjust it.
Hello, Baba.
Waiting.
No, the thing is that, when you listen to the
Baba.
okay.
Baba, with due respect, sir, please don't be annoyed. I just want to make a point. If I come across as disrespectful, it's not intentional.
No, it doesn't matter. I brought myself here, so there is no apologies to be tendered. No apologies.
No, it's not about pretending. Look, just put yourself in my shoes. They say if you put yourself in a person's shoes, maybe you may likely know how it feels when there is a thorn inside that is prickling that person's feet. This is it. You see, the Hill asked you a question about what the Northwest will feel and all that, and immediately you fell back to your answer was Tinubu is going for broke. What is the implication of Tinubu is going for broke? You have already in your mind, you feel everybody is against Tinubu in the Northwest, or they are all in it together. It comes across like that, and which is not true. It will interest you that the people on ground are more happy at this if it will lead to a solution to them. They are more, because they are the primary victims. Imagine the people who cannot go to their farm, the people whose livelihood they have lost, the people who have not seen their village where their umbilical cords were buried for years because intruders, came in with Kalashnikovs and have taken over their places. Can you put yourself in their shoes, Baba, as a human being? And can you see why their interests will be different from that of their elites?
No people without leaders. You understand? Their leaders speak for them.
There are leaders who
the Northern something forum, the El Rufai of the North, Professor Yusuf Usman of the North, and a host of them. We can mention names without end here. They speak for them.
Okay.
Hassan, why hasn't the House of Reps and the legislators, why haven't they called for an emergency situation all these years when these killings were ramped up? Why didn't they go into
God bless you?
Why? Because you have to understand, like you're saying, right? All these people were losing their lives. During Buhari's time, there was a time you couldn't take that train from Abuja to Kaduna. So if you look at it, why was there not this?
I feel as if all of you are living in echo chambers and you are not listening.
It's a question. Why didn't they do that?
No, I have to answer you. I have to answer you the best way I know that you can go and independently verify. If not, you say I'm being biased or something like that.
I want you to have an open mind. Just open your mind, I beg, and listen to all others. Because people like you, I've seen you work in ID camp. I know you are a force for good. If only you will calm down and remove any bias. Look, what is happening there, it's not good for the people. Not good for the people. They are massacring their own people. And we are saying that, look, this is not good. The optics is very bad. And these northern people, like I said, no religious leader, no political leader, no ethnic, none of them have come to condemn it. None of them. You understand? Until you start condemning something from the inside, that is where the solution will start coming. But when they are not condemning it, look at Belutoji. Belutoji for years. Matawele can tell us he doesn't know where Belutoji is. Is he an invisible man?
He's not.
Look at
I'm
what
one of the
happened.
people
Look
who wants
at what happened in
Matawale gone. Like,
Katsina. Wait, look at what happened in Katsina 3 months ago, Hassan. Look at what happened.
yes.
A terrorist leader bound his body with magazines and all the rest, having a meeting with a governor. Come on, Hassan.
Baba, he wore the uniform of the police officer he murdered.
I killed. Yeah, it's not.
Hassan, come on.
It's not 3 months ago. It's even earlier, and they done it very recently too.
Look at that.
They killed.
Look at
is it 2 or 3 soldiers they killed like a week ago? Baba, let me just say something. That from my own. From where I sit, what I see that is fundamentally different between the way we treated this here and the way it is treated in the Northwest. And I also see a difference between fundamentally what Boko Haram is and what the Fulani supremacists are, because that is a more fitting title to give to them than Islamists, because if you look at what they do, in essence, that is what they are. But crime is crime anyway. The Shehu, when Boko Haram ran amok in Maiduguri and took the whole place over, the Shehu instructed. There is a core of palace imams. He instructed that the Quran should be taken and be driven all over Maiduguri, and it's just like the way you call a priest, a traditional priest, and ask him to do incantation all over the town, that if there was anybody who has any hand in the evil that is happening, that may the God of thunder fire that person or destroy that person, that kind of prayer. So that was essentially what was done. A lot of Yasin was done, and the Shehu asked everybody to do a 3-day fasting and things like that. And
after that, what happened? After that, what happened? What happened just a few hours ago?
After that, there was no Boko Haram member left in the whole of Maiduguri within the space of 2 weeks.
A few hours ago, what happened a few hours ago? That's why they do the Yasin you're talking about.
I'm talking about something. I'm trying to answer a question, and yet
go on, please.
You want. So after that, this God that we worship, he's a just God, and humans can be corrupted, but God cannot be. And there are a lot of people who hide behind God and their throne or throne of power to do very evil things. Now, the primary victims of the Fulani herdsmen are Hausa people, especially in that corridor of the Northwest. Hausa, and then minority tribes too, of the Middle Belt. These are their primary victims. We do not have Boko, what do they call them, Fulani herdsmen around here at all. They won't even come here because the place is too sophisticated for them to operate, because the kind of arms that soldiers are carrying and the kind of arms that the real ISIS are no charlatan that is carrying an AK-47 that only shoots at a range of 60 meters, 30 meters, 35 to 50 meters. He can't survive in this kind of place. So there is an open anti-terrorist narrative among the people of the North. As for leaders, and I point this out especially for a long time, that you cannot remove the history of a people completely from their outlook. I believe the reason why the Northern Fulani leaders are not as outspoken is because of the feudal system that existed, and before the coming of these modern things. And what a feudal system essentially is like, the elites do not take the lives and the progress of the common people as necessarily equal to theirs. That is the reason why they can go to bed and sleep knowing that people are their children, Almajiris are there hungry, dying, living in the cold and things like that. And if a society has so normalized thinking that way, and Baba, now elite groups, they stay with, they marry themselves. It's an endogamy. They marry themselves. It's a closed cycle. So the way they think is completely different from the way the commoners like us think. And yet, wherever we go, we are castigated. We are, we are the sacrificial lamb for that. So if I become frustrated, I think it is in my right to do so, because I feel just because I'm raised to take responsibility for what my action in life, what I have done personally, I am not in any position to take responsibility for what every Muslim have done. And why is it that it's only Muslims that are given this standard in this world? Why? Why? No any other sect.
Baba, please let me interject. Hassan, this is important. It's important that you listen to this. Okay?
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with Muslims. You understand what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with Muslims. This has nothing to do with Hausas.
I'm waiting for you to explain it.
Wait. It has
Calm
nothing
down.
to do.
We'll get there.
It has nothing to do with Hausas. It has nothing to do with the masses of Fulanis. The masses, right? This has to do with mass murderers, people that kill on an industrial scale and have been killing for over 10, 12 years in that country. You understand? And what we are saying is that there should be an outrage from the people that are being directly affected by this killing. That is what we are saying, but there's no outrage. Instead,
do you know why I take exception to that?
Wait now. Let me finish now. Please. I'm not this. Look.
Okay, you go ahead.
Hassan. It's important that you listen to this.
Yes, I'm listening.
Northern Nigerians, right? Are Nigerians. I am Nigerian. We share nationality. These are my brothers. But at the end of the day, when I hear my brothers say, because anytime there's a life lost in Northern Nigeria, I am angered. I am very angry.
Exactly.
Right? But when I hear my brothers that live close to the proximity of these crimes say, these people should be let go, should be coddled, should be given amnesty, should be put into our military. They created an operation named Safe Corridor, and they gave them pepper soup and jollof rice and housed them. When I see this, and then I look and the killing is not stopping, it is increasing, I am even more angered because the state is coddling people that are taking Nigerian lives in droves. And then because of all this, we are now open to an international community scrutiny that we can't afford at this point. and we're being told what to do by foreign countries. We're losing our sovereignty because our government is coddling terrorists. You have to understand what's going on
That's
here.
true.
So,
That's
so,
true.
so
That's true.
when I express my anger, it has nothing to do with Islam. Nothing. This is not about Islam. You understand what I'm saying? So please don't make it about Muslims or about
It's about
Kanuris or
humanity.
Hautas. Nothing to do. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yes.
I partially disagree with you on this.
I want to say something to Baba. Baba, and before I let go, Baba, do you know that online, there are Hausa spaces, where unlike you know the way algorithms work is if you go to Hausa, pages or sites and social media cycles, when you take your phone, it takes you there automatically. That is where you get the sense of where the North is as regards what is happening. Because it's not an elite team. The commoners are the people who are 100%. If Tinubu, that was one of the reasons that I said, if Tinubu can solve this problem, he doesn't need the elites of the North to get the votes of the commoners of the North. But a lot of people do not see this and end up, throwing the baby and the what do you call it, bath water, which is wrong. And you can also understand the kind of environment of that this generation of Muslims, especially people like in my age range, the kind of generation in which they grew up post 9/11 Muslims have faced some serious stereotyping. Why? Because the United States control the media and they have Jewish control finance and they have an interest in blackmailing the Muslim as the enemy in order to do what they want to do. Look at what they have done wherever they have gone. It has never gone well. That's not to say that if in our case, that if there is a chance, 1% chance that it will work, may God help them, may God give them perfect ambushes that no member, not even one strand of their hair will escape, and all of them should be crushed.
Pause a moment. I just got a brainwave from somebody in the comment section. Let me ask you. Let's put aside Trump attack, Tinubu's attack. You understand? What is the solution you will profile in this? What's the ideal you think can work and let us have peace?
Okay. From what I know of the Northeast, what will work is the fact that it has to be a hybrid approach. I don't think bullets and bombs kills ideologies. Whatever that kind of ideology is, whether it is ethnic supremacy, whether it's religious extremism, whether it is what do they call it, genocidal tendencies, whatever it is, there has to be, when you fight with the bullets, you also fight the ideology. So, and
what's the ideology, please? What's the ideology?
It's self-explanatory. For the Fulani herdsmen, is what do you call it? Ethnic superiority. But here in the Northeast, it's Islamic extremism. So
extremism is an ideology.
Yes, it is.
Come on, Hassan. Extremism cannot be an ideology.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think it is?
No, you go. You base it. You see, this is the problem here. There is a problem here. Pardon me. This may not be a good example, You understand? In the Southwest, we have the Yoruba Nation advocates, adherents. You understand?
Yes.
2 years ago, the Onitiri group came up with a strike in Oyo State.
Yes.
And we all know what happened within 48 hours. From the side of the government, from the side of the people of Southwest. We know. Why can't that kind of action take place in the North? Whether West,
Baba,
East, or
Baba,
Central?
Baba, if I provide you proof with that of that action, even like 10 times better than what was done there in the Southwest, would you change your mind? Will new evidence
Go ahead.
make you
I have
change
an
your mind?
open mind. I have an open mind because I'm
Alhamdulillah.
gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked at what is happening in the North.
Okay.
That is, I'm talking out of anger and frustration. So tell me, you are
Let me
there.
calm you down. Let me calm you down with the evidence. I'm just going to just post it to you, and if everybody agrees, because I'm partly moderating the show, I could actually play those videos here if they won't violate any community standards. Allah knows more about the standards, so maybe we'll see whether it's possible to do that or not.
Explain it. Just explain it when we are not sure, so we don't.
My explanation can be rebutted and said to be coming from a place of bias. If a neutral source says it, I think it's better, isn't it?
Okay, let me see the video.
Okay,
No need
let me send it to you.
Explain it without the video. We don't want a problem with the platform. You have a lead panelist listening, and I think they are rational enough. Just go ahead. We are trying to be open-minded here and find a solution, alternative one.
Okay. In around May of 2013, that was at the peak of an operation that the army was doing called Operation. It's not Operation Restore Order, ORO, during President Jonathan's administration. And you see that Operation ORO, they were deployed in Maiduguri, nothing less than 15 to 20,000 soldiers. In every checkpoint, you find them. Now, Boko Haram were civilians like us. They did not wear any uniform. They go about casually as any person will go about. And you see how that gives them advantage to strike and kill soldiers from different directions that they do not even anticipate. This kept happening over and over and over and over again. And then when this happens, our soldiers now, they must take their pound of flesh and they retaliate. They estimate a general area and then decimate anything that is within that radius. At some point, the youth in Maiduguri stood up, had a meeting, and said, from today onwards, there will be no space for any Boko Haram terrorists in Maiduguri. Baba, I'm telling you this, within the space of 2 weeks, there was not a single Boko Haram member left. I swear by Almighty Allah, not one. Fathers pointed to their children, to their sons. Uncles pointed to their nephews. Sisters pointed to their brothers. Neighbors pointed to, market people. Everyone was so sick and tired of it. And when people rebelled, they rebelled. And since that day that Boko Haram left Maiduguri, they have not been back. Now, when a rational mind was making a jest of the fact that some people died in a bomb blast today, and I was saying, what did the Quran do, or something like that. Where that happened, that Gambaru is it's outskirts of Maiduguri, but as far as the town of Maiduguri is concerned, it's one of the safest places to live. Now, when they went out of Maiduguri and didn't have any space within the town, they lost their alibi. They can no longer, mingle with civilians and cause chaos. Now, when they went to the villages, the expectation was that the Nigerian army would go after and finish them off. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And they meted some evil things on villagers, because unlike even people who stay in cities who have some kind of way of measuring things and protecting themselves, the villagers are so vulnerable that these guys did whatever they wanted with them, and the army did not follow up to kill that thing at the bud. Now, this happened. Anybody who has stayed in Maiduguri between 2010 or between 2013 to 2014 knows this. Any soldier, ask them. Wallahi tallahi, there are no anti-terror people in Nigeria than Maiduguri people. That I can tell you for a fact. However, what we get always is somehow like we are shielding them and all that. You see this thing about what do they call it? Repentant Boko Haram, because it's very important to bring that too, because that is one of the things that doesn't make sense at all, even for us. But the powers that be overrule. They don't even ask for your what do they call it? Your opinion before they do their thing. So the villagers are complaining bitterly that these are people who still their parents do this, do that, but now the government has given them amnesty, have washed them off clean, and that they are allowed to come back into society. You see the injustice. Not just that they killed your family member. If they have somehow gotten amnesty to come back, and then that is when they come back, they come with like an immunity, because they're even giving tags that and giving a hotline in case anybody threatens them or something like that. And that is the policy that the army are using. But a lot of people don't know where is the origin of this idea. You see this talk about the USAID sponsoring Boko Haram. This is one of the reasons why the senator made that statement.
Hassan, respectfully, just press your pause button. Allow other panelists to come in, because so that we don't get lost in your narrative. Panelists, over to you, based on what Hassan has just provided as a solution or how everything started. Please go ahead, anybody.
Yeah, Hassan, I think, what we were saying is our issue with the response. You exemplified part of it in your solution. Yes, I think extremist ideologies need to also be combated with rational ideologies that will balance out the extremist ideologies in a space where it's causing violence. But before that can happen, the violence has to be addressed first. So,
sorry, Ainzon.
Yeah,
I think you are enveloping yourself. Extremism ideology or extremist ideology. Can you expatiate on that, please?
So the kind of ideology where, let's use religion, for example.
That's you treated it.
Yes, but
on the surface.
Yeah, so it's
extremist in what class? Go ahead, please.
Yes, it's extremist in a religion. In this case, we're talking about Islam, right? But if you have conversations with real Muslims, and I have from different countries, they will tell you that that is not Islam. That those people have created their own twisted form of Islam. You understand? So that's why I was being careful about not using the name of the religion, because I didn't want to go down that road. But nevertheless, it's an extremist ideology that has been created by either an individual or a group of individuals for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, it has to be countered. But before you can counter it, you have to be able to stop the violence, stop the bleeding. If you're a doctor, and Simba is not here, and a patient comes in and is bleeding, you have to stop the bleeding before you can put in the stitches. You know, so that part has to be done. And when you listen to Hassan, and he's not, from my opinion, I don't think he's entirely wrong, but he's not talking about stopping the violence, what it would take to stop the violence. He's focused more on, let's go ahead and apply what they will call so-called non-kinetic, right? And I don't know why that's the case. Because when you listen to, what's his name? Yusuf, what's his first name? The guy who's a bone marrow transplant doctor.
The American trained surgeon.
American trained him. Or you listen to Hakim Baba Ahmed, or you listen to, who else? You hear
Abdullahi.
A lot of them. You hear the same type of, we have to really try to embrace this non-kinetic, or Gumi. Nigeria is not going to defeat this through force. It's almost like they're trying to dissuade the government from using force. And to me, it's very confusing because you have a situation where chaos is erupting. Do you know the Americans came and did a count, and they said overall we have something close to 5 million in IDPs. People that can't go back home. That is a crisis situation. So I mean, Hassan, all due respect, but I just don't see. And I'm not saying you're not angry. You probably are, because you've probably seen a lot of these things up close. But that urgency to say we need to do something drastic to bring things down, and then we can try to apply non-kinetic. That's what I'm saying. That's my opinion.
But that was not what I said. Did I ever said that they should not face justice, or and that we should apply non-kinetic? I never said that. If you had that, then you took me out of context. What I said was the fact that the kinetic was what people in Maiduguri actually did, that pushed them out. Well, now when they went into the bushes, who is going to man the bushes? That's the soldiers, that's the army, isn't it? When they went there and then the army couldn't finish them off, then that's still somehow me, backing them. Come on. I don't think that is fair to me or anybody who is in a similar situation.
I think Hassan was mentioning both kinetic and and also trying to address the ideology issue. And for me, I think both need to go concurrently. You can't wait to finish one before you start the other. I think it has to go concurrently. So,
I agree.
Okay, let me ask you guys this question then. Let me just jump in real quick.
Mm-hmm.
How do you implement the counter to the ideology?
Okay, let me give you the Borno example, which if a lot of other northern states will take a leaf from us, will benefit them, but we have to learn the hard way. Number one, access to the public to preach, is you cannot do that unless you are sanctioned by the government. And every Juma, there is khutbah that is done.
What did you say? I'm sorry. So can you repeat what you just said?
You have to be sanctioned
Okay.
by the government before you are allowed to stand on a pulpit and preach in Maiduguri. That is our law. So that is the starting point. Now you have to understand that means the generation that is coming is not being is no longer getting fed with this viral knowledge of.
When was that implemented, Hassan? When was that law implemented?
Around 2014.
Okay.
Yeah, around 2014. So this has led to a lot. If you on the and there are imams that are notorious for espousing some ideas. You have never seen them in Maiduguri or Borno doing anything. Especially the one people are pointing fingers at, Gumi. Have you ever seen Gumi in Borno doing anything? He will not come. He is not welcome. He knows it. And the governor made a point after some things happened, and when the other side of the equation is the Sunni. The Sunni, they are the most politically organized and conscious of these two groups of one that I belong to, which is the Sufi.
Wait, Hassan, sorry. So you belong to the Sufi group?
Yeah.
And the Sufism is what is practiced primarily in Senegal, correct?
In Africa, African Muslims mostly, that is what has been practiced from time immemorial.
Not recently, though.
The Wahhabi. Okay, you have to understand something to maybe that may confuse you. Okay, you see, the Sufi too is Sunni, right? But he is let's say African Sunni in philosophy, if that makes sense. He's African Sunni in philosophy, not Arabian Sunni, because Arabian Sunni is death to anybody. Why do you think the Shia are being killed mercilessly here in the Nigerian space? Why? Because that is a borrowed idea from the Sunni. That is what they have taken from the Wahhabi school of thought. And from somebody watching from the outside, he would think that Islam is the same, and we all think the same, but that is not true. As just the way there are a lot of denominations in Christianity, there are also a lot of denominations in Islam, and we live in an era where anything, especially post 9/11, Muslims are not given the benefit of the doubt. Whatever they do,
question for you, Hassan. Quick question: is Sufism was primarily practiced in Borno?
All over northern Nigeria, not even Borno.
No, but I'm saying in Borno, would you say that's
of course? Okay.
So, but
let me tell you something. The governor now, Zulum, he only goes to Sufi mosques for prayers, even as governor.
Sufi is not practiced all over Nigeria. Just talk about certain part of your north.
No, that's what I was asking about Borno, because in the northwest is more Wahhabism, right?
Yeah, all Wahhabis, yeah.
Yes.
So,
but the Wahhabism came in like 30 years back, 35 years back, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, Hassan, you are correct. I think even because I'm also from Kwara, and Sufi has always been there, to be honest with you.
Alhamdulillah, finally someone has understood me.
So,
Hassan, what are you trying to say? We all understand you.
I don't get the
It
sense
has
of
always
that.
been there, and Sunni, yeah, it just come like maybe 25, 30 years ago, I think.
Yeah, so
But it's
we
correct.
saw in real time. We saw in real time how these things changed.
And
And
what
Okay,
you
my
said
own question
about
is this.
Chrono,
Okay, go ahead.
I think I don't know, maybe it's a directive from uh Emir of Sokoto, right? The leader of Nigerian Muslim, because I experienced the same thing also in Kwara State, that you can't just talk about any topic, right? You have, I think the Emir of Ilorin, like they usually have a topic that they all kind of agree upon, and then
Okay.
that's what they are going to discuss during the sermon every Friday. So I
Yeah.
think those are some of the long-term kind of
Uh,
procedure that they've taken to
that
address
is
some of
fighting the ideological battle. That is
yeah,
the second front. That
yeah.
yeah, but people are only looking at the first front, which if you cannot kill an ideology with bombs and bullets. What may potentially happen in best case scenario? You do damage and go, and worst case scenario, you give ammunition to the enemy to use for propaganda, to progress society, to call their brothers from all over and call them like this is the new place that we are going to do, and what we're going to do.
Azan,
That's the
please.
problem.
Azan, look,
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to window dress this. I'm very sorry if you think
No,
I'm
go ahead. Go
disappointed.
ahead. You have a right to say
No, yeah,
your opinion.
because I
Baba,
like
can I
honest.
say
I like
something?
honest conversation. Zita, just give me 30 seconds more. I like honest conversation because we are talking about the heart and soul of Nigeria at the moment. You know what you've just done in the last about 45 minutes, 1 hour? We give you time to express yourself. You went round and came back to the center of the whole problem, the heart of it, which is Islam. Whether Sufism, whether Shiaism, whether Sunnism, that is what you arrive at. That is the heart of it. That is the the philosophy of it. But then, what makes it worse is that why can't they, the leaders of this religious sect, come together? After all, everybody will define Islam as peace and give everybody that peace. They are not doing that. And by implication, it has extended into banditry, into kidnapping, into criminality, which is affecting other parts of the country. And do you think it will still have to be dressed with bandages?
So Baba, essentially, let me understand you. Essentially, what you mean is that Islam has to go before people stop killing people.
No,
People stop
why
being
should a religion of over six this thing? I'm not saying it should go, but what I'm saying, look, a group, a nation, ethnic nationality, family, street, there is leadership. It is a condition of man to have leadership. Those
Baba,
leadership,
will you
the
give me a
leadership,
second to
they are
speak?
not rising up to the occasion at the moment. That's disappointment people like me are having.
I get you. I get you,
Baba,
and I understand.
But
But
what
but
actually do you see? I mean,
Baba, can I come in? Can I say
Yeah,
something?
go ahead, please. Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
When Isong was speaking, I said I disagree with him in few things he said. People came here and say that it's not all about Islam or Muslims. That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I say it's not true? Number one, the name I know, like now, they know you as Baba. And all of a sudden, somebody is doing something in your name, and that thing he's doing, if you truly do not like it, that should outrage you. You cannot go about doing something in the name of a particular religion, a group of people, or a nation, or a person that is outrageous, and that person kept quiet for years. And somebody come to tell me it is not all about them. That's a total lie.
Madam Zita.
Let me say
Madam
this.
Zita.
I
Let me
don't know.
finish. I left you people to
No,
be
Hassan,
talking for
let me
two
address
hours
this, please.
now.
Madam Zita.
Let me.
Madam Zita.
Yeah.
Do you realize that some of the people that are on the front lines fighting these jihadists are also Muslim?
I'm coming. Let me
Do you
finish.
realize? Wait, that's why
I'm
I don't
coming
want
to
to
that.
make it about. And if you think about the number of Muslims we have around the world, it is less than 0.02% of them that belong to this jihadist group. So
I will ask you a
and I say
question.
that because I know that it's not about the religion; it's about these elements, right? That are causing chaos, and some people, a lot of Muslims actually speak out against them. But the Nigerian case, what we have issue with is some of the leaders in the north don't come out forcefully to address this, and that is what the issue is. But
No.
it's not so much about the religion being.
It's common sense. Aizon, nobody will be doing something in your name that is sacrilegious. You keep quiet. Common sense. Now, the second thing I want to say, I will ask you a question. Then I will round up by giving you, because I hear some people talk about Tompolo and Niger Delta militant. I have always said that two of them are not the same thing.
This is different.
But whether you want to believe me or not, I don't even give a hoot about what you believe.
No, I can answer
Now,
that question because I know those other people very well. But go ahead.
I will ask you the question. Is it BBC or Al Jazeera asked Nigerians when they were running their mouth that it's not about Muslim, it's not about Christian, it's insecurity, blah, blah. That's a simple question. Those people that are doing that thing, what is their mission? What do they say is their mission? That is the question you will answer. And if they say that their mission is Islam, and people who are flesh and blood Islam keep quiet, and those people are running around the whole country in their name, it's all about them. Period. Now, let me say something again. There is something you people said about people in the north, and some people say they cannot do anything. Some people say they're doing something. Some people say they're not doing much. Although Niger Delta and what is happening in the north is not the same thing, but I will tell you that Niger Delta militants was something I witnessed. Let me not just say 90%. 80% of the quench was done by the elders in Niger Delta and their kings, the Amayarabos, the Amayarowis, their leaders. They were actually the people that made it possible for that thing to quench. Because they were the ones that told those boys, at this point, you can't go further. You have to accept whatever that is on ground. They were the people.
That's what
that
I'm talking about, leadership.
That is leadership.
So Nigerian government didn't do anything. The contract that they gave to
Hold on, those ones are letter now. I'm talking about quenching the buying.
Okay, let me
I'm
say
talking
something.
about quenching the, forget about the negotiation can come later. Do you understand?
And
Nobody is telling you that if they are able to find out what the problem in the north is, that if they can come to the table and negotiate, they won't get something. Nobody is saying that. I won't even support if they have a genuine reason whereby they can come to the table and negotiate. They should get something out of it. It's give and take. I'm not talking about the negotiation. No, that came later. But the buying of oil company workers, the buying of security personnel, the buying of individuals traveling on their own, the raising down of villages and the ragtag coming out of that place with them and the Nigerian military.
And they did not go
80% of
beyond
food were
Niger
stopped
Delta.
by the
Did they go
elders
beyond Niger
and the
Delta?
kings of that
No.
time.
okay,
They are the ones that drove because they know those boys.
let me
So
answer.
this
Let me
thing you
answer.
people are saying that is not every northern leader, every imam, every northern scholar knows those people and their sponsors. They know them.
Okay, let me
Okay,
answer.
Hassan, let me give you one scenario, just 15 seconds. I want you to,
Okay, I
because
wanted to answer.
those
Okay,
those
okay.
two scenarios are what is getting my goat, and I'm happy I'm not a man in uniform. One, when you see those terrorists counting money, large sums of money, cash, and when you see, I'm sure you must have seen women tied like a ram and somebody reading the Quran holding a big machete, and at the end with the shout of acclamation of Allah Akbar, they slaughter them like goats. How do you feel?
Okay.
We've all seen these clips.
Okay. And first, for Madam Zita's question, you see the amount of people that have condemned this thing, especially religious leaders, that have pulpits to do these things, are so numerous to count, to even count, and they were serially assassinated. But they kept saying the truth. But they were, you know, who is called Albani or in Zaria? They killed him. Do you know Sheikh Jafar Mahmoud Adam? They killed him. Do you know Ahmed Omari? They killed him. Do you know a lot of clerics, Islamic clerics, who stood and denounced them? They killed them. The ones that they don't get to kill are the politicians who find a way to conceal and hide themselves with security and all that they are not vulnerable. But any other person who stands up against them except they don't get the chance, they'll kill you. And let me give you also references to that so that you see. I can give you at least 15, and all of them are videos, and they are in all of those Islamic scholar, what do I say, preachers. Amongst all of them, not even one was not very, very completely exclusive to denounce and prescribe the death penalty as what the government should do against these guys. But that is not in the media. That is not, because it doesn't suit a narrative that a lot of people have already
So why is it not in the news?
established in their mind.
Hold on. Why is it not in the news? If it was said.
No,
like
let me tell you why I think it's not in the news.
So why?
Good. You see, what has happened post 9/11 actually fundamentally shifted the manner in which the world saw Muslims. But that fundamental change was more virulent in Christian populations, because in 2001, when the suicide what do you call trade center bombing happened, the people who did that were claimed to be Saudis. What happened next was that the United States actually went and attacked Iraq. Then what happened again? United States went and attacked Afghanistan. Then what happened again? And in all these places where the US goes, it kills, maims, destroys Muslims. See, this the way all of you are angry, right? Frustrated that they are killing Christians and that we are refusing to acknowledge that that is what the United States did, because they controlled the media and all that for a whole lot of time, that it became so common, because you can tell a lie so much that people begin to believe it as true. That is psyops, that is propaganda, that is some form of warfare. And the reason why I think things that way they are is, you see, the post 9/11, every Muslim had a target on his back, because pre 9/11 Muslims were taken as normal people, but post 9/11 something shifted. And if we deeply analyze the controversies around 9/11 and who benefited the most, it is that same person who, not less than 24 hours, made an announcement, and then Nigeria was bombed. So, guys, if we are going to say these things against us Muslims, at least be morally consistent when others are doing it, so that you can keep quiet.
Hassan, hold on. You see, when you make this sort of thing sound like it's us versus the Muslims, no, that's not what it is. I mean, you just had Aizon try to make you understand that this is about the extremists. If there are also extremist Christians, we will do the same thing. I personally, I'll be here to talk about the extremist Christians.
Yeah, there are extremist Christians.
Hold on. Oh, yeah. But you don't see them do what they are doing. What this Boko Haram and the other ones from the Northwest there. We don't see what they do. Hold on. Can I I know you've said so many things. Let
okay, go ahead.
Please. So we don't see them go around doing what all this extremists of the Islamic wing are doing. By saying Islamic wing doesn't mean the whole of the Islam, people that practice Islam. We're talking about few people within Islam who brandish the name Islam for their evil deeds. That's what we're talking about here. But then every time you have to go, you go this in circle, and then you come back with targeting the totality of Islam. After all, you saw what's his name, Trump, who was the chief crusader. If you want to use the word, he's the chief crusader. You see him parley with Bin Salman. You see him parley with some other Gulf states, heads of states.
Yes,
Even though it's not about money. So why would you say he hates Islam?
Well, let me explain.
You need to learn about geopolitics.
Let me explain.
No, don't give me this book crap of geopolitics, please.
You see, you want to hear what you want to hear, not the truth.
As long as the people who practice Islam fail to criticize those extremists among them, we'll continue having this. I asked you a while ago. I asked you a question. Why didn't we hear or we see them on wherever and come? These so-called leaders you're talking about that have been voicing up there in the north.
Okay,
why don't they come out categorically and denounce these people?
Let me and I have told you that they have, and I will prove it to you.
You don't need to prove it to us. We don't need you to prove
then
it.
What do you want to then continue with a false narrative?
Come on the media and speak. Let everybody see you that you're denouncing them. That's what we want.
Let me ask
you. Rashid, you're making a good point.
You know what's your problem or not?
Wait, Rashid, let me give you an example, a perfect example, please. When Deborah Samuels was unfortunately tried You remember that case?
I do.
Yeah, that
Vividly.
case, right, was a very bad signal from the Northwest, because not only did they send something like 25 lawyers, a number of them SANs, to defend her murderers, we saw northern leaders not speak out, and the ones that did even retracted their tweets.
Yeah, like
out
Atiku,
of
right? Like
fear.
Atiku, right?
Atiku did. So, Hassan, that was a perfect example of what we are talking about. If someone as powerful as Atiku Abubakar can tweet that this is unacceptable, and then immediately remove his tweet once he got criticized by.
Okay, let me chime in. I don't get that point.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me chime in,
I'll
guys.
have to answer now.
Well, let me chime in. You guys be talking, please.
That's 4 questions.
I'm sorry?
I said that yours will be the 4th question, but go ahead.
I'm trying to understand what Rashama is saying. I think it's making a lot of sense. For those who are trying to say Trump hates Islam, I don't see the logic behind it. Just like Rashama said, he hangs around with the MBS and the Kuwaitis or the Qataris all day long. So it's not an issue of hating Islam. It's about doing the right thing here. Okay? And I think he made a good point to that respect. The northern leaders, they don't do nothing about these terrorist people or organizations. They do nothing. And if anything, they coward at the end of the day, just like the last speaker said. They don't do nothing. But at the end of the day, we make a point that, they're not killing Christians. They're killing everybody. Well, we don't give a damn about that. All we know is that they're killing Christians. Now, if some other people are casualties along the line, well, it's unfortunate. They should do something about it. Forget about Christians. Let's take care of our ordinary northerners. Be a Christian or Muslim, be white. White people will hide their own freaking land. Because some greedy terrorists, some greedy leaders in the north or anywhere in that country want to support for their own political gain. We have to do something about it. The issue is not about Trump. It's about the common people. Be a Christian or Muslim, they are being pied, and that's the reality.
That's true. Okay. Can I answer the questions now? All right. You see, the Jim Crow era in the United States, which was not so long ago, we remembered it, and what was happening and what the Ku Klux Klan, were doing at that time. And even today, in the United States, a lot of individuals who go into school and kill toddlers mercilessly, mass slaughter, almost every day of the week, things like this happen. But nobody attributes it to them being Christian. Whenever a Muslim does something, he is not given that, and then he's blanketed with his evil coming from Islam. While in the real sense of it, what is happening is that if you follow that logic, then all of the people, like, because Christians, Trump and his supporters say, and in America is a Christian state, isn't it? Then that is by extension, all of Christians have no right to speak, because you have been, your religion has been used to spill the blood of innocent people. You have no any moral reason or being a moral judge to tell other religions, how evil they are, because the best thing is for you to keep quiet, because you have blood on your hands. That is what because if we are consistent with the logic, that is what is supposed to happen. But that is not what is happening. And let me say this about
Azan, you will continue.
no.
Azan, you will continue. Hold on, let me redirect you there. You understand? You mentioned America now. We know that there's a mass shooting all those in America, but the thing is this: you don't hear in Jesus' name and they start shooting. You don't hear that. That's the problem here. You know, when they now conduct their investigation, we have some different type of people that have their own different reason. Kid racer Bali, kid racer with mental health, and those shootings too. You understand? It involves both Christian. It can be of any religion or someone that does not even believe in anything at all. That's different. But before they can trace this to some extremists with an Islamic background, they shout Allahu Akbar. That's the difference. But you don't hear the one you are talking in America to say in Jesus' name, through the name of our Lord.
Can I say something? Hassan, give me 1 second, please. Look, I think everybody just need to understand something. Arabic is a language just as English. If anybody, even you, if a Christian come out tomorrow, I'm just giving an example, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, and shout Allah, anybody can say Allahu Akbar. Most of these guys don't even know Islam. Okay, but because of the stereotype, that's why you just need to put yourself in that shoe of what Hassan is painting after 9/11, because it is easy to tag those terrorism because it already have that label already, and it's easy to run with it. That's what he was trying to say. Anybody can say Allah.
No. AB.
One second. Let me just finish this one. Even in Middle East, there are Christians, and the same Allah is used as God, even for them. If they are going to say God in Arabic, they also say Allah. So you just need to understand.
What are you doing here? What are you trying to do here? Why are you spinning this whole thing like as if we are
rational mind? Let me even land this point. Hold on, Hassan. We continue. You continue. See, AB, you can't spin this because it doesn't stop by saying that Allahu Akbar. After doing that, to these people, they will go online or somewhere and they will claim their crime. And they will tell you, they will announce that they've just done this, and they will tell you that they are advancing their cause. So they didn't just wake up and tag them anyway. Boko Haram, anywhere Boko Haram committed crime, they will say they are the one. Anywhere Lakurawa did something, they will say they are the one. Anywhere you see Iswap, they will say they are the one. So it's not as if anybody is coming to label them.
That's what I'm trying to
Mr. Ogala, what you fail to understand about this is the fact that, well, extremism, when we talk about it, you can become extremist in so many things. You can become a religious extremist. You can become, what do they call it? Extremist scientist. You can become your national or patriotism. Patriotism can take a person to that level of extremism. There are a lot of things that can take ideas that can take a person.
You're dancing around this topic.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to make it point. Let me make the point before you counter me. Let me make the point before you counter me, so that you won't say I did not say what I wanted to see.
No, I don't need you to tell me what I need to see. It's just that you've been dancing.
No, you're not the only one on the platform. I believe others who are listening. So yeah, you may not want to hear it, but I need to say it because they asked the question, and if I don't say it, then I leave the room for people to continue to not understand it or intentionally do the thing that they continue to do. Okay, so then let's guys back. What is happening is the fact that the United States or the Western civilization I think what has happened to Muslims fundamentally in the last 100 years is the fact that since the First World War, the world collapsed. The old system collapsed. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, and the United States became the superpower of the world after World War II. And since that happened, since that fragmentation, then the Muslims now became sort of second class people in the world, because because they are no longer being protected. All of you have the right to intentionally refuse to see the genocide of the United States, how it killed off millions of Native Americans, how it dropped an atomic bomb in Hiroshima, in Nagasaki, how it did so many destruction all over the world as a Christian nation. But nobody comes out and say, because America did this and you did not condemn it, then you are like them, and the problem is Christianity. Nobody says it, because America is now the superpower, and they control narratives, they control the media, and they have given the world an idol, what do I say, something to lash their anger on, and that has been. And if you look at it critically, who is benefiting from what is happening within this cycle? Ever since okay, the Jews. Let's talk about the Jews and how they connect to all this, and how people don't say anything about the Jews, and they excuse the Jews, but not the Muslims. These are people who are literally committing genocide or live streamed, and we're seeing it by our own eyes. Nobody says anything but the big bad Muslim. And in regards to Trump and the Qatari Bahrainis, I think you misunderstand what is class consciousness and religious, religious entity. So they are two different things. Trump is an elite. Those people are elites, and they control significant stakes of wealth in the world, to a point that they don't see all those things as a distraction. They think differently than me and you, because if we thought like them, we will not be having this discussion. We have already known that the facts have already been established, and we will not fall for this. But the world is not ideal. It is what it is. I think if you go to history and look at how when the Islamic Empire was thriving, how they did lived their lives and how they approached war. There's such a thing in war that's called ethics of war. The Islamic Empire actually institutionalized this ethics of war. But ever since the Christians became and that has gone over, because of the moral cover that the United States gives every person who hates Islam and the narratives they form. So you can see the connection between the start of this thing and the bombing of Iraq, Libya, Mali. There's a correlation. This is not an accident. And the culprits, we can see them, but nobody gives us a benefit of the doubt, maybe because we're not a superpower. But maybe one day, when something happens, and maybe people will see the light. Let me just keep quiet like that, man. I don't know what to say any longer. But let me send you the evidence.
I know that this is a difficult topic for you, but I didn't just want to. I wanted you to flow to vote freely, but I
confused.
Understand. No, it's not only that.
I don't even know what's going on with that.
A lot of things. A lot of things, Hassan, that you cancel because number one, where you live, And even if you speak too much, it can be, you understand, it can be too dangerous for you to even speak too much, to be honest. Then again, it is so difficult to defend this thing because we know the global dynamic, you understand. But it is unfortunate that all these extremists, they find their way into our country. This is a country that used to know peace. That what Christmas celebration used to be in Kaduna, whether the southern or the northern Kaduna, everywhere in Kaduna. Yeah, you know where it is today. That even if you are the southern Kaduna today, you have to be very careful. You know what just used to be and all those stuff. So it's unfortunate. I know it's difficult for you to explain anything. So I would just say don't stretch yourself too much because
Sorry,
this is
Ola. Let me
sensitive.
apologize. I didn't know Hassan was the host of the show. Sorry, apologies to the host of the program. I just saw the headline now. Sorry to the host of the program. I didn't know he was the one hosting the program. I'm sorry. Don't
So
ban me.
no, it won't ban you. I'm supporting him, but I know he's been trying to defend, but then you see, such kind of defense is very tough to do because personally we know you, we know your position. You understand? We know your position, and if I were in your shoes in your region, probably I won't be even have some kind of level to even talk as you are speaking. So I will still give you credit for even trying to even speak up because it's a
Sorry,
very
Ola, Mabinujo.
dangerous
Sorry,
task.
Hassan.
Yeah.
Did the Trump bombing that I just read the report that he bombed some area? Did he get to the northeast or just northwest only?
No, it's not west. Because the thing is this.
Okay.
You know the reportage and the way people are talking about it. I know that some people, they don't even know where northwest Nigeria and northeast Nigeria is. They just hear that thing. Now, I think people really attack while people I think they were Lakurawa because those are the offshoot of ISWAP and what do you call it, a Boko Haram that just have affiliation with ISIS. So they were the one. But when they are saying ISIS, they don't bear the word ISIS there. And when these people are talking of that, if they were really going after that ISIS, it's going to be northeastern part of the country, but it's the northwest they tackle. I know some people don't want to believe where they are going to see Nigeria Air Force, they've been doing something even before the Ogagun of America came. And I think some people are putting cost to this thing already, that already $60 million gone already in in that operation. So Nigeria technically now is owing $60 million. Maybe we are lucky we are not up to $100 million yet. So
Me,
expect to hear a lot. What
me,
do you
I'm
say,
happy.
Hassan?
Me, I'm happy if Nigeria will spend, even if it's $1 trillion to safeguard the lives of Nigerians. It is worth it. Life is sacred.
Nigeria as a country loses 15 billion worth of
many Nigerians they can't make sense of this, and it breaks my heart.
Yeah, they don't understand. Nigeria loses 15 billion. See, the thing is, assuming there's no insecurity in that country, and with all the mining that is going on in that axis, when you add what Nigerians have paid in ransom, and about 33 million Nigerians that is facing acute, you understand, food shortage, and people in the camp, all those are, when you combine the total economic value together, it's about 15 billion annually. That's what Nigeria lose. Apart from life, life, like, there's no way you can put value on life. The life lost. You understand? So anybody that is talking that this thing should not happen, I think the person needs some explaining. I think the person should be picked up. I'm happy now that Erufai is no longer.
Ola, according to Dati, they are fine gentlemen in the forest that you are bombing. Why are you bombing the gentlemen?
Not gentlemen, no. Freedom fighters.
No. He said they were gentlemen in the forest. That's what he said. So why are you bombing? So until that mindset changes, you cannot. It's going to be very
You know
tough.
that is mocking them now. That is not supporting them. That is opening the nyash. You mean the VP to OBA, right?
Yeah, that's what he said. But I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
saying that
actually mocking. Yeah, it's actually mocking the northern elders.
I don't understand like how long will, because at some point there has to be the political will in that part of the country to allow security forces in to expose their hideouts. That they have to get to that point where they
Let me
really
send you
want to
the
manage their affairs.
links.
Okay. Continue, Babati.
So we have to get to that point because bombing, all these airstrikes, it will help to some extent, but the real work is on ground, Ola. That is where the real work is, and America is not willing to come in right now, right? You don't want to come in and put boots on the ground. It's still going to be our own people, but they need maybe intelligence. They
Where?
need your own people to help them out. So where is that will to actually expose all these people? To like, okay, I know you're my son, you're my cousin, you're my auntie, you're my sister, you're my brother. You're the one supplying them fufu and amala, diapers, and all these kind of condoms and manpower. All this, everybody that is complicit needs to be exposed. But it comes from the community themselves. The community themselves must be willing to fight alongside the government to expose these criminals.
Yes. You know, one of those things. That's one of those things that that we ate. You understand? And you can't downplay social media sometimes because when we even thought kidnapping was not going on in those at the kitty, Otumba Gani Adams told us that there were pockets of kidnapping going on in Ekiti and Ondo. These
Even the
things did
Lagos
not come to
Ibadan,
social media.
even Lagos Ibadan is being reported that they've been doing some. It's
You
starting to become
understand?
unsafe now too.
So some of these media, they tend not to go to where there's no money. I see some of this media as a brown envelope media. So when they don't get brown envelope, it seems as if those areas are not important to them. So like before that Eruku incident, I think it was about 6 of it. But fortunately, there was camera in the church. So that thing that what happened that day, about 5 of it happened earlier before that one. So if not
Sorry,
because of that camera, we would not have known anything.
Sorry, is Spina there? Is National Man there?
Yeah, it's there.
Can you hear me, National Man? I actually came up for him actually, but because it was because I was angry because Tinubu was bashing the government, like release the money to the local government chairman. I'm like, Supreme Court already ruled, so why are you still waiting for them to release the money? I don't understand. Why are you still? What's the that really got on
No.
my nerves.
Did they bring
Like,
the
dude,
money matter out despite all we've been saying, or despite all this
there is no
insecurity, it's still not giving that money out to them?
listen to me. Supreme Court already ruled. Why are you still there's no point to be telling them, please release the money. No, just send the money to them directly. End of story. What is that really got on my nerves, man? I was like, what did you do it?
Babati, you were here when the issue of Osun State started. Did you not send it directly to the so-called APC local government chairman? Did you not send the money directly to them? Did he have to send it
So
through
what's the issue now?
Yeah,
so why is now complaining? Exactly. So that really, I'm like, by the way, they are all APC now. So what's the issue? Abi, so what's the problem? They are all APC now. So the problem. What's the excuse now? I didn't like that at all, man. I didn't really like that, man.
No. In as much that I don't like it, you understand. Let's see whether it's going to carry its trade to because where we have institutional, where in a country where institution work, even immediately Supreme Court ruled, it should not even be the business of the president to even be pleading with the state governors with the state governors. You understand? It should be what the institution of the government in charge should do. Just imagine how Trump has been trying to mess up with institution in America, and look at our Supreme Court. And you understand? I think we need to get to that place because why we find ourselves in this type of mess is that everything in Nigeria will look up to the president. We should get to a point that even if the president is not interested in doing the right thing, that the institution should do it. I don't know how I don't know what we can do to get to that level. It's embarrassing, to be honest, for the president to start pleading with the governor after Supreme Court ruling to release money.
I know where the man said, I know where the money is. I will just remove it from your money and give it to them. Or then stop talking and just do it. It will after many months.
He should have directing that is it FAC or whatever they call themselves to do the right thing. But let me tell you something. We know something in Nigeria that these governors, they will go after those local government chairpersons. Because these governors, they are, you know, you and myself, we discussed something here the other time, right? I don't know whether we were here. When I was saying, even the level of insecurity we have today, we are not even supposed to have it. It was just because these governors, they don't even want to do their job. Because do you know that forest guard is still under their control? Nothing stopped them from recruiting. But you know this guy, they don't want to pay. Practically, the forest guard that Tinubu want to recruit, I think he is practically forcing the state to recruit so that they can release money to them. This government, they are all about money, too. That country, we are not serious, to be honest. Both governor, federal, legislative, the national, we are not serious, to be honest. We are not.
So can you not admit that Tinubu government was serious? You admit that
that's you see, I made it collective because see, let me tell you one thing.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Guy. No, let's.
My guy. Hold on. This same us here when Bubu was there. we will blame Bubu here. But now all the time Tinubu sing, but we here can be Maradona.
Okay, listen, sir. The thing is this. I have my own hatred for Buhari. Everybody here knows that I don't hide. Because my considered opinion is that Buhari was a criminal that should never have been allowed to presided over a democratic institution which it destroyed. You destroy something and you came around to become the beneficiary of it. There's no way I was going to trust you. The insecurity we are discussing today now, you know, people were suspecting Fulani before, but now Buhari helped move that ethnic nationality beyond suspicion now. It really opened the nyash. You understand? It's really opening the nyash now as it is now. So when I talk of Tinubu, I don't talk of Tinubu the same way I talk of Buhari. Buhari did a lot of things to let the terrorists cohabit with you, wanted to grab your land to give to them. And it was other Buhari that started hearing that they were using trailer to pack people to go and drop them in different states. It was under him that they started disarming Vigilante while they were not disarming Meitiala and some other group. You understand? But why I'm so particular about this Tinubu is this. You, when you're a leader, and you've been showing us you know the right thing to do. But can't you find a way to inspire all these leaders, even if you need to call them to your office and beg them, please, without anybody here, let's even pretend that we are all Democrats. Allow the local government chairperson to get their money or whatever. You understand? That's what I'm talking about. We should have institution because we should not have a situation whereby a president can now come and overrule everybody.
But it's not about the president, Ola. Supreme Court gave a judgment, didn't they?
Yeah.
Obey the law.
Exactly.
Simple.
Everything is leadership, man. Honestly.
Obey the law. Supreme Court has spoken. It's the highest court of policy. So why are they not obeying the law, starting from AGF to whoever is in charge of the the distribution of the money.
My
Put the
look
money
for
in the
na
local government
trouble.
accounts. As simple as that.
My look for na trouble. Maybe that Sokoto strike might be Nnamdi Kalu might be the target.
Come on.
Madam,
Come
I
on.
know they follow you, enter that one. I beg you.
Rara too.
I know they follow you. No, I think Nigeria Air Force were busy with Northeast. Why those people? I don't know why the US decided to pick on Northwest. Maybe because of the Sultanate there or whatever. I don't know. Maybe because of the strategic the other political situation there. I don't know. But one thing I've seen Babati, are you not suspecting the actions of the southwestern governor, especially the Ogun State and Oyo State, with the way they deploy into the bush during this Christmas period? And many people, I'm sure many people are not even aware that that Amotekun have drones. Are people aware? So
that they have what?
I think they have drones.
Oh, okay. But they contributed a lot of money this
500 million
the Southwest states, and even though Lagos State is not in the Amotekun alliance, but they all jointly bought vehicles, communication equipment, motorcycles, and all the rest. So they are heavily patrolling all the southwestern corridors this December.
Yeah. So what I'm even telling the rational mind Babati is if those guys, if they manage to venture into the territory like Southwest, well, the maker will welcome them to the 77 virgins. So they will go and enjoy the 77 virgins because
but the curiosity here, Ola, why is APC avoiding to engage OPC? Is it still the grudge they have against Iba Gani Adams supporting Jonathan in 2015?
Bye-bye, Kale, sir. Hey, Kale. You know,
Yes,
sir. I raised that question that the argument which I've been making is that, listen, when the NSA was supplying the military ally in the north, what happened to ESN and OPC in the south? Are they not militias as well? So what's the excuse this time around? So nobody has been able to answer that question.
I think all these governors love power and they don't want anybody to rival them. So it's all about how will you just allow
Ola, you can put them under civil defense and they report to you, not OPC, not Gani Adams. You can take them out of the picture. So just give us your voice, but we don't want you leading the charge. We just want them. That you can do so many things with them. That's the issue with you, with your little fragile ego. That's your problem. Then we can do that. Just give us your voice. We'll train them. We can make that an arrangement, right? If you don't want him to be, you can. So what's the problem? It's just. And I'm
No, I don't just know. You said that, like what I was saying the other time. You know, you see, even to start with, you realize that even when we form Amotekun, to be honest, did we really need to do Amotekun when in reality the forest guard is still under the jurisdiction of state governor? So let's just assume that that the forest guard has graduated into something we call Amotekun, because I started digging into this thing when federal government was I've been so concerned about employing federal forest guard, because anything federal force, I don't want it. I don't want it. So I think the southwestern governors, they don't want to spend. I think this is all about money, and maybe they want to hold on to the power. These guys don't want to spend. That's the way I'm seeing.
But Babati, I don't know if you guys have heard what is going on, what is brewing over there in Kano State, where they said APC, they are secretly doing some kind of militia step, and then when they had to bypass the governor. So have you guys heard about that? That Ganduje is up to something over there. So when people needlessly cause, you are harming some certain people, and these same people now, they're not turn. That's the weaponry you give to them. They're not turning it against the civilians, but to the masses. I mean, you just beg a lot of questions. As you see, this APC, only broke APC them. I mean, like, I just don't understand what the pestilence that party is. I just don't understand how they think. You are secretly harming people. Oh, for what? To go and kill their own fellow Fulanis like themselves, right? And I look at what they did with that. I don't know if you guys saw, there was a video I saw online. Maybe it was staged or whatever, I don't know. Some group of people, they caught some people, I don't know, somewhere in maybe in Osun State or in Kano, I mean, in Kogi or Kwara State. They caught these guys. And one of them was confessing that one Mr. whatever gave them those guns. And quite after a few days after that was when we had Ribadu was saying that he harmed some Miyetti Allah. I mean, like, what the heck is going on in this country?
I was grossly disappointed when I heard that thing. Oh my goodness, Ribadu, and those people that even said that guns, so those guns were brand new AK-47. Why the one they give to police they jam? This one tear rubber latest, we know they jam at all. Kai, I don't know. I don't.
If I were Tinubu, I would have fired that guy.
I don't know. I don't even know how Tinubu managed to surround himself with all these. Matawale now, that Matawale, he could explain tire as long as they see Matawale for that government, man. I will still be asking some question. Even Ribadu now, the guy has to go. Ribadu has to go. To be honest, he has to, because
you see the politics around that Ribadu is this. The problem with the North now is that they will say Tinubu is putting everybody who are Southerners into key places. So where else now do we have to them a real Northerner? By real Northerner, they mean a real Northerner that is Muslim, having a very key post like maybe being NSA or being Minister of Defense, or as the case may be. So if you now remove Ribadu from there, who's going to replace it with? Another Fulani? Oh, who's going to bring? I'll bring another Yoruba man.
No, see,
so I understand his politics around there. So you have to tread with caution there. But then the point is this: you cannot play people. You cannot play life. I mean, play politics with people's life. Ribadu has to go. If you're anyhow, go and look for somebody who is loyal to you, who is a Fulani or maybe a Northerner.
It doesn't have to go for Fulani. If I was in that office today, look at what Buhari did. Did Buhari care? You understand? It is when Southerners are there that we start doing something differently. Look at what Jonathan did when he go bring what was this guy that got involved in 2 billion? You understand? Sambo. That's okay. You understand? Buhari will not care whosoever is the NSA. Why should Fulani be the NSA? NSA is not it's an advanced position. I don't even think it's the constitution. I think that's just so the ministerial appointment was.
It's a very powerful position. It's a very powerful position.
But it's not in the constitution, to be the best of my knowledge.
Well, it's there. It's not there. It's a very powerful position.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that. Whether why can't he use Southern? You understand? Because to me, okay, why wouldn't he make Fulani? Why wouldn't he make Fulani say Edo camp? You understand? Let him go and make Fulani say Edo camp now. Because the thing is this: if I were in his shoes, you understand? I don't care. You complain from now to tomorrow. I put my Yoruba person there because that's who I'm comfortable with. That's what I'm comfortable with.
To replace Ribadu.
Yeah, I don't care.
No, I think no. Let's leave that to the side. I think I would have preferred ex-military general than retired. I think that they've got the respect you deserve for that position. I think him being a former police officer, I don't think he has the respect of the security of the country, in my own opinion. So I think I would have preferred the ex-military general be the head of the NSA than Ribadu. That's just my own opinion.
Where I got your point, but to me, I'm even talking from my own personal security as the president or as the CNC. You understand? So he must have trusted Ribadu for him to put him there. That's the only reason. Because they say, from what I heard, they said Ribadu na in party. So that's why I'm saying, if you remove Ribadu today, you don't have to replace with a
But Ola, show capable to do it so far. That's the question. That's just what it boils down to. Has it done well? You give us a grade 0 to 10. What do you put him? 0 to 10.
You see, the main man there is the chief of defense staff. From my best of understanding. Now, I will tell you how I managed to get that. You see, before Soludo became the CBN governor, Soludo was the advisor to Obasanjo on that. Anything you hear the Minister of Finance and Co talking, Soludo will be the one that will be telling the president the implication and all those stuff. I think in reality, when we are talking of our architecture, you understand, because this advisory position, just to brief, I just think as maybe the bridge between the president and the security chief. I think the minister, the defense minister, is the main guy here. But over time we have the perception that NSA is all in all. But constitutionally,
no, the NSA is all in all.
No,
it's a powerful position. You know where his office is? In the Nigerian Security, Nigerian Intelligence Agency, that compound. I mean, if he has a part of procurement, he procures, he pays for the weapons. That's why he has the leverage to arm those Fulani, what do I put it, shadow militias to help fight. It's a classical this thing from pages of the Mossad handbook, which they used against the Arab insurgency. It worked there, but in Nigerian situation, it didn't work. But it's a very powerful position. Very, very powerful.
Yeah, but Baba, why I'm saying it is because I tried to look for that position in our constitution. Maybe I was not patient.
No, it's in the constitution. Let me check. Let's check. Go on while I check.
So I tried to start. So and I even tried to ask, although this one in high something and okay, that technically between the chief of defense staff and the minister of defense, who is the boss? And I got the information back that naturally the chief of defense staff is the boss because it's a ministerial position designated by the constitution. But NSA position is like when you have like a advisor when it comes to communication, you have advisor when it comes to other things. So it's in that whatever he's doing is deemed to be representing the president directly. That's just different. But when you look at the constitutional rule, the chief of defense staff is the one empowered. So I think it was Obasanjo that brought that rule.
Ola, you are correct. The position of national security advisor is not provided for in the Constitution of Nigeria.
Exactly.
It's not. Yes.
It's the chief of defense staff. It was Obasanjo that brought that position. So because I don't know why he did that, because naturally it's supposed to be.
I think they've always been, even during military era, they have NSA. They used to have NSA.
Where?
Military era. Yeah, they do.
Military era, okay. But I'm just talking of okay, you may be correct. I agree with you. But then something that is not provided for constitutionally, because all everything that man is doing normally is supposed to be the defense minister. And NSA himself cannot approve assault rifle for all those military to use. It has to be the president.
But US have national security advisor too now.
But what I don't know is that if that of America is in their constitution, if there's a role. But for our own, there's no role. It's just like when you have to meet up now that is an advisor, senior advisor to this thing in communication. I have so it's just a normal advisor. So they are in an advisory position. So the only difference is this, you understand? Is the one that will go to the president and explain, okay, this is what this means. You understand? It's just like a breach. So
No, hold on. So the NSA coordinates all chiefs in behalf of the president. He advised the president and also coordinates anything that is coming directly from the president to the service chiefs. That's what the NSA does, the Nigerian NSA. If you want to know, go and listen to this guy. This former NSA guy during what's his name? Boo. What's that that guy from Borno State? What's his name? I forgot his name. He was the one who said that. He said that's what the NSA does, the office of the NSA does. So, I mean, it's a very powerful position. But the point is just that these non-entities that Tinubu is putting in his cabinet, like just like himself, it's just people that are just clueless, doesn't even know what they do. I mean, just play politics, all for the sake of politics. You just want to maintain hold on governance and be able to put yourself back in office in 2027. You know, but I don't hope. I know himself is treading with caution because this whole thing that he's just doing, this reshuffling that he's doing here and there, he doesn't want to infuriate these people from the north. I know that's what he's trying to do. But how long are you going to be doing all this just to placate people that are not placatable? There's nothing you can do to them because anything you do, it will be seen like, oh, it's by the South versus the North. If not because of so many years, like our friend here, what's his name? This guy from Borno State that I was talking a while ago. Hassan. You know, just look at the way he was just trying to just explain the whole thing away, like as if it's, there was the Crusaders, this and that. It's because of all this. So because people did it in the past, does that normalize it now? You know, so when we have people from the north like that, those so-called elite from the north, the way they think and they've subjected their people to think the same way like themselves, you know, just water down things that are serious, that will later become a monster that will come and haunt everybody. And now look at where the whole country is today. You know, we should not be talking about Trump coming over there and bombing some certain people. Our military should have been able to do that. But our military is all compromised. They deliberately did that. I mean, some of those are people from the north. They deliberately did that compromission of that military. That is just ineffective. We had a brigadier general recently that was killed. He was just killed like that. A brigadier general. And you just wonder. I mean, how come a brigadier general was just left alone? Somebody that commands about how many thousands of if not more than a legion. You wonder how that happened. You know, because there's some
just isolated.
Isolated. Very funny. Inner people within there that are doing all of this. You know, so our military is so compromised, so weak, that it's just sometimes it's just beyond anybody to even see how we are going to be able to reassemble that army again, that military, to that glorious time that they used to have way back in the 90s. You know, one of the most feared military in Africa. But today, look at how they are. They just play.
Rational Mike, you see the problem is this, and I want to blame other part of the country. You know, say over time we've worshipped the northern people, we see them as untouchable, and they too, they've assumed that position, and they were bossing everyone. Now look at all this bandit and this thing. It was supposed to, it were to be in the south. They would have quenched them a long time ago. And we never see any Southerners speaking in favor of any non-state actor. Even as OPC days, so you understand, you will not see even Yoruba elders, the governor, speaking for them to stand, you know, as a non-state actor to be doing things, except the governors, we accept them. You will not see Southeastern elders to do that. You understand? You will not see the governor accepting that. You will not see those people in the South to do that. But these guys, they are telling us that bandit. Why am I even calling them bandits? These people, terrorists inside the bush. They say they are freedom fighters. They say we should negotiate. Even the former president said you should learn how to live with your neighbors. So we've given them that thing, and they've been carrying it, so they feel so untouchable. And I think this is the only solution we have for now. If Tinubu likes, may he hide under this thing, and because see, oh my goodness, I want to believe that Malami is gone already. I want to believe Malami is gone, but my point is this: when will it be the turn of El-Rufai? When will Matawali be gone? The thing, Gary, the thing is can be so
Well, you see,
painful.
Nigeria problem is I mean, we've said it many times here on this platform. I've said it that it's just you don't even know where to even start from. Yeah, I bet Tinubu probably himself doesn't even know where to start from. But I'm not saying that because I want to make it look like because he doesn't know what to do. No, forget that crap. He knows what he's supposed to do. He knows what he's supposed to do. But I know he's just playing politics like always he has always done. So my point is this: is that you see the thing about Nigeria. I mean, it's all that. For example, now look at what is going on with my friend Malami. Malami now is now a customer of EFCC now. So now, if Malami faced the music, maybe they were able to get those things back from him, all those ill wealth that he got, those wealth that he got. If they're able to retrieve it from him. Now, what happened to Kowa? What happened to Dom Emmanuel? What happened to Wike? What happened to this one from Kogi State? Hmm? What happened to all those people?
Can I jump in here?
White
Can I
Lion.
jump?
You mean White Lion?
White Lion.
Yeah.
White Lion.
Yeah.
What
Baba
happened to all
T,
of them?
can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Baba T. Okay, can I jump in here?
Remy, see, let me tell you the protocol before you speak. Before you speak, you have to deposit $1,000. That's what people have been doing here since.
Is that
So
all?
pick up the
I
account.
thought you were going to
Pick
say
up the account. You can't speak without
5,000 euros.
depositing, no.
You know they spend calories in
$1,000
Finland.
$1,000 is a chicken change.
Could they afford
What
to
you
any
are
Finland? So,
5,000 euros. Make it jack it up more so that I can pay.
No, we are not Malami here, so we are moderate. So
Yeah, no, Malawi. I think all this, what you guys have been talking about, you are right. And I read extensively about the strike of yesterday, of Christmas Day. And I think apart from US also striking, Nigerian Air Force also do a human's job as well, too. It's not only the American that strike the Northwest. It also includes a lot of Nigerian fighter jets also. And America helped them in terms of intelligence and also in terms of surveillance. And they have been doing this. They have been using a Gulfstream jet since that jet always depart from Ghana, and they did it for nearly 2 weeks, collecting data information and all these people where they have their logistics, where they have their men, and so many other stuff like this. But Rational Man mentioned a lot of names that Tinubu should pick up or something like that. When you practice constitutional democracy, it's not so easy like that. Just picking up people, and after picking up what next? What about the constitution of the country? What about how the judiciary also operates? It's a complex country. First, we must admit it's a complex country, that we have a myriad of problems, of troubles. How do we solve them? In your mind, you can be thinking this man is as dirty as anything. But you have to have a concrete proof that truly, look at what they did to Malamina. There's a lot of evidence against him. You are just a minister for 8 years. How come? What kind of work are you doing before the minister? Before you became a minister?
I think that money is just a cover, because this Kefi man, what's the name of this Kefi man, just he said he's not accusing me, just like Dangote said. I'm not you say he's not accusing Farouk of that they should arrest Farouk. You understand? That's what that Mark Kefi man did. After he blew that lead of that how they accused terrorist financiers, how they how they manage to release them.
And you guys also, you mentioned about Ribado, but one thing you forgot is that Ribado is one that brokered that agreement with Nigeria and US government. what you are saying now is the handiwork of that guy. No matter what you have against him, he's the one that knows everything about how they are going to strike them or everything like that. He knows about it. So you have
No,
to give him.
that's not the issue. That's not the
What's
issue,
extraordinary
Remy.
about what he did? What's so extraordinary about
That's
it?
not the issue. Let me tell you what happened.
I'm not saying
Remy,
no. Listen, Ola.
Remy.
I'm not
No,
saying.
he didn't break it. No, I don't want you to give him that credit. And I will tell you why I don't think. As at that point, Trump already bullied Nigeria. And let me tell you one thing. I'm online there that even my kind and people are even already for Tinubu not acting, that he has to be taken to this International Court of Criminal Justice for crime against humanity or all those stuff. We think that is a subtle threat, right? It's a real threat. So at that point, even Tinubu had no alternative than just to play along, because you are between the Nigeria elite of the North that loves terrorists, that protect terrorists very well, and Donald Trump that can come to your room and pick you. Because whenever that man threatens you, he doesn't want to show to you that it's not going to execute whatever he threatens. So you don't want to play with that one. So you have to choose between the two. Even if Remy was the one sent to United States of America, Remy will have brokered that deal. So I can't give no credit to the value there.
Okay. Whatever you said about that one, but the end justified the mean. The result is what matters. And like we normally said here, is an opportunity for Tinubu to also use the opportunity to wipe away these people or decimate their power, which I think they are doing right now. So, and I like at the end of the day, they also play safe, because when you are dealing with a man that is so erratic, like the current man in America, you also have to be very careful. Okay. So I think they play their diplomacy very well. And the most important thing is that for us to see result. And for me, I still believe that the day that Nigerians go away with this Abuja central government, every state control your resources. You don't need to go to fucking Abuja anymore. Sorry to use that word. Just control your resources, get your state police, man your border, and then we know which state is not doing the right thing. And once we know that, okay, it's Kano, Kaduna, and the rest, they are terrorist enclave, let them deal with their own wala there. Then we know these are just 3 states. So because of all of this, everybody just sit at home, collect this money from this central government, and we have to continue to amend the constitution. And I hope that by next year, by this time next year, would have even forgot, everybody should have their own state policing. And I really want that state resource control.
Remy,
I really want it because
Remy, do you believe that Tinubu should get this thing done before the elections or after?
Yeah, which one?
I mean, state police thing.
I think before the election, and I think there is because he also mentioned it some maybe roughly 2 weeks ago that state police is a must, and I think all the 36 state governors are on board now. But the only thing is that the National Assembly should speed it up so that to pass through the. I hope
because it takes time. You pass the law.
But they nearly finish it. They have passed the second reading. They have also do a public hearing about it. I think the next thing for them is to vote, especially the House of Rep are very quick about it. I don't know about the Senate. The House of Rep probably maybe.
I mean, in terms of Remy, in terms of recruitment, training, setting up facilities, all those kind of
whether
things.
They have already given the state a go ahead, but they still have to follow the constitution. It has to be amended before they start.
If I were you, I would take anything this guy say with a pinch of salt. This is the same guy who came here many months ago. When we were talking about this, we were arguing this issue about this. What's it called?
Rational mind. Hold on, Remy. Rational mind. Let me tell you one thing.
The local government something. What's the chemical?
Who are you talking about?
You see how it's going to be working in about 3 months, in about 6 months.
Hold on.
Parational mind. You see that state police? I don't think
it's just
can escape it.
Ola, sorry. Who is it taking?
No, Remy. Okay, go ahead, Remy.
No. I just want to clear something. He said everything this guy said, you must take it with a pinch of salt. Who are you referring to, rational mind?
At Tinubu now. What are you talking about?
I hope it's not me, because
that's why I was responding now.
What am I talking to? Before I talk.
Who are you referring to? Anything you have to take a pinch of salt.
Okay, let me just add
you
my
are not
point.
referring to nobody. Allah, you can continue.
No, you see with my findings, I said it that in air the other day. You see, this state police we are even talking about, it's just because of this insecurity.
Yes.
I know that according to the information, part of what they presented to United States, and part of those things there to address the security, state police was one of those things the plan they submitted. Right. So I don't think Tinubu can escape that if it was true. But when I now realized,
can I say something? I think
so let me quickly land this one. Sorry, I will round up within a minute. Now, like I said the other time here, that with the information I've got in the past 3 or 4 weeks, so you understand, I realized that even what we could have done initially is that the cops like Amotekun, we could have given them power to be able to prosecute instead of arresting and be taking people to the police. If Amotekun have their own detention facility and you arrest, and that is all these criminals that you cannot pay, all these terrorists you cannot pay in the bush, if you arrest them, don't release them to the police. Put them in your own defense, in your own facility, and go and be the witness against them in the court instead of the police. The police that will call for the transfer of that case to Abuja. If we've done that since, even under Akeredolu, probably we won't even find ourselves in this precarious situation. You understand? So this state police we are talking about, you understand? We can start even from Amotekun, from the southwest. Give them power to prosecute.
No, Amotekun is ready made for all those states. And in Lagos, we have neighborhood watch. So most of them are old men, but the young ones can be converted quickly. Because there are about 10,000 neighborhood watch personnel in Lagos State at the moment. Half of them are old men, retired police, army, air force, and navy. So the Southwest, I think, will take off within months, maybe 3 months.
Exactly. So federal should just take their hand off anything.
Ola, in addition to what Baba just said, presently, Lagos State have 7,000 neighborhood watch in which they can
and I'm disappointed in Ekiti because they've not the Ekiti is here to recruit enough Amotekun. I think Oyo State is the leading Amotekun thing there. Then probably on those states, even Ogun State is underwhelming, to be honest. They need to step up.
I don't know the number of. I don't know the number of.
I need to harass my governor. I need to harass my governor.
I think maybe Ekiti should have probably less than 2,000 Amotekun, but Ondo might have more.
Well, why should they have?
Unless it might also have more.
Because since we don't have fence borders now, we need this guy to be in the bush. I don't want to see Amotekun inside the.
Does Ekiti border any north central state?
Yeah, we border Kwara, we border Kogi, so I consider those people as I keep telling you that when we want to have a Yoruba nation, if I have my way, I want to take Ilorin out of it.
But recently there is a lot of whatever. There's a lot of bombardment.
Why would you take Ilorin out of it? Why?
Ilorin is a terrorist buffer into Southwest. So,
but these are predominantly just 99% of people living there. Sorry.
Let me tell you one thing. Because you are Yoruba, once Remy, God forbid, if you are associated with something, okay. If I know someone that's associated with something criminal today, I will deny you immediately. In fact, they will ask me whether I've spoken with that person before. Immediately, I will say no.
Why should you associate yourself with criminality?
Exactly.
If we are talking objectively, we all know that the problem we have.
Ilorin has been the place that
We
they
all know that
bred
the problem we have now.
they bred
We
Ilorin.
all know
You
that the
say
problem we have now is not a creation. It's not a creation of just one day. We have been having this problem for a long time, and I think
that's what
that
I'm
everybody
telling you
have been
now.
talking about. Yeah, everybody have been talking about this centrally controlled security is not working. So we need to decentralize, and I don't want to
Can
decentralize to
I
region.
talk now?
Oriola, yeah.
Go ahead. Nobody is
Speak,
talking.
before I actually speak to the security, I started listening. I want to speak to that, but I don't want to take you guys back. But I'll come back to this. I think it's better sometimes that we listen to, even if we don't agree with some other people, we still listen to them because some of the things they might say might make sense. Because a lot of what I see, like both of them left. The northern night guy, I forget his name. I think Yusuf or Hassan, whatever his name is. I think it's better even if we have different faiths or we have different ethnicity, at least still listen to other person, whatever they're saying. Because sometimes it seems like they're making some point, but you're not listening to your point. It's because what you have in your own head that you think is the
Yeah,
right
thank
thing,
you.
and
Thank
you
you.
just bring
Exactly.
that out and you just disregard whatever the other person is saying. Um, I just thought I'd say that because you mentioned a lot of things that make sense to me. A lot of young people, especially people that um I don't even think if you live in America, for example, you probably would not know about the other state because the country is so big. And if you go to other states, it looks like you're in a different country. That's how Nigeria is sometimes too. Like if you live in southern part of Nigeria all your life, I think it's never really makes sense when you put your mouth in what northerners go through because you never did everything that is located in southern part of Nigeria is different from what they go through over there. It's totally not the same thing. You would think like you're in a different country, and for some people to be saying some things and you just disrespect them, disregard what they're saying, as if it doesn't make sense. Where you never live the life they live, and also what we are having like the oh, sorry you I think I cut off. Just the way we have like this podcast that everybody's chipping in and putting in ideas. I can bet it that I don't think 90% of everybody that contribute to this have actually know that the northern too, they have something like this as well. Many, because when you look at the way internet is set up, if you live in one part of the country or you listen to something over and over again, that's what the algorithm adjusted to, and that's what it would always associate with you. And every single time you would think that all the things that you're saying is just everybody is saying it. No, it's just for yourself. So I think like sometimes when they put in some ideas, I think it's better we just listen, even if we don't agree, but we should not just disregard it. Because I listened and it seemed like the guy, I even felt like he was trying at some point because he felt like he has no backup. And the other guy that was backing him up was also explaining, and everybody was just disregarding him. So that's what I want to say about that. I don't want to go back to that. But what's your the discussion?
Oriola, you know why people here we always get themselves concerned about what is happening in the northern part of the country because the mess their leaders created spilled down to the south. You understand? During the Christmas period before you will travel and you will celebrate, no religious crisis, nobody's afraid of kidnapping, all those stuff. And immediately that thing happened, the things somehow diffused down to the southwestern part of the country. You understand? So then, not only that, the thing is drawing more resources from people. And when you know people that are, where are they making so much of those resources? Just imagine yourself paying serious tax in the southern west of the country, the south and the southern east of the country. And some people, because of the way they've messed themselves up, and you are now using significant part of your resources, and you are even borrowing. And these debts, all of you are going to pay for these debts. You understand?
Can I say
Hold on, Remy. When they are banning people from visa now, you understand? Did they say they are banning people from the from the northern part of the country? They are banning Nigerians generally.
All right, so here's what it is. Here's what it is. When you live in western part of Nigeria, we have what we call there's a leadership system that everybody follow. The leadership system in the Yoruba part of that country today, you respect whoever the leader is. You can chip in your own opinion, but the leadership carry the day. And most of the time, the leadership is not the religious group. We have to be honest with ourselves. They're not the religious group. They're the traditional rulers and the political whatever.
Oriola, what you are
I
not
want
talking
to
about?
I want to
Hold
differentiate
on.
something with you.
Hold on, you will differentiate. Hold on, you will
Don't
differentiate.
compare it with the northerners. Their
Hold
own
on.
leadership skills.
You will differentiate. You will differentiate. Hold on like this.
Ola in addition.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on. Since when Umi has been talking positively in favor of bandits, terrorists rather, in the bush, right?
And that's what I was about to tell you.
Hold on, these people.
Over there, when it comes to
hold on. These people, they carry people's wife. They do as they like to the wife, even their children. The pregnant woman, they call they will open the womb and feed the child inside to their dog. They were committing different level of crime. See that Sunday of a guy that overpower Fulani herdsmen. They sentenced that guy. You understand? To then by hanging. Look at all those things. So look at everything, every criminality in that part of that country. They were not speaking. We were not even seeing the common people to even rise up and protest against all those stuff. And this thing gradually.
So you also have to,
part of the country. To talk.
Ola, sorry. Ola, you have to listen to the context of what Oriola is also trying to say. In Yoruba land or Southwest, they have a deep-rooted leadership culture. And they are not using religion as the basis of their leadership. But when you go to other parts of Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria, especially the northwest and north, they are using religion. And when you use religion, which is used to control the mind of people, so what do you expect? And then they have been infiltrated by so many groups and so many set or clan. I don't know how to put it. So that is the result. You are right.
Yeah,
that
the thing is, we are judging people based on our own way of life.
Yeah,
we can't do that.
Our own is different.
The Easterner, they don't even listen to anybody. Do you know how they pipe people over
and
there
when you
every
talk
other
about
day?
when you talk about going back to the Christmas, even in the last 12 or 15 years, they too, they have not been going home like before because of insecurity in their land. There are so many of their brother and sister that have been part, even going home for Christmas. So when we look at it, that's why we say that let's look at it objectively. And when some people come here, they are the alpha and omega. They are the one that know all the trade and all the skills of this world. They thought they know everything, but they don't know any jack. They don't know nothing. So sometimes we are just giving our opinion here. And I can see some people.
What opinion are we even talking about now? What do you want me to understand? You want me to understand that? Hold on. You want me to? Remy, hold on now. Hold on. So you want me to understand that bandits that are carrying AK-47 that are buying people up and down, they are freedom fighter? I don't know. Tell me what exactly do you want? See.
What we are trying to say.
Let me warn you. Or let me just give you a
disclaimer.
United States of America may be monitoring your statement now, and whatever you are saying that's
no, that's not what you are saying.
I'm not going to Helsinki long. I'm not going to visa.
You understand?
That's not what we are saying. What we are saying is very simple. I highly condemn any form of criminality, whether terrorism or banditry. I don't even like it and I don't want it. I'm the one that is also for that resource control so that we can manage our security by ourselves, so that anybody cannot just come from anywhere. We have to profile people. You cannot just come from nowhere and try to domicile in a state where you are not wanted, where we don't really know you. What kind of job are you doing? But what we are saying is that every region have their own problem, and because we have a good leadership structure in Southwest, it has really helped us. But it has got to the stage now that the leaders or the religious leader of all those people, they are unable to control them. And the problem they are having, you are right, it's coming down to us in the South, which we must stop. We don't want it. Fine. But you should not just come here and be talking that, because sometimes you also have to understand the way they also think, what they are also going through. You cannot tell me all the people in that place, they are all terrible human beings.
Right, and that is where we have to find it.
That's not what we said now.
Wait, let me say this real quick. That's
no,
why
you are the one bringing this opinion. That's not what we said. I beg.
Wait,
Where
well, let me say this. This is where we have to. We from the West need to stop trying to feel like we can fight every battle and we can solve every problem. We cannot. We are just one entity. You cannot solve all the problem of that country. Stop trying to put everybody else issues on your head. It's none of your business. We have to work. This is a problem that you need a real tangible solution, and we have to bring different ideas to the table instead of trying to act like the Superman that can solve everybody else's solution. Because the way you live your life is not the way everybody else live their life. And you trying to be this Superman.
What exactly are you talking about? I don't understand.
Where are you going with this? All this,
I don't even understand you.
If you listen carefully, you understand what I'm saying. Okay. You guys have been talking, excuse me for the word I'm about to use. You've been running your mouth as if you have solution. Every single thing that everybody else is saying does not enter your head. All you're saying is, this is what you see. The religion fanatics, they don't respect this. They don't do that. Just because your place, you respect your own leadership, you do this, you have your own style of government or way of understanding this is how we have to run our own society, does not mean your own solution is better for everybody else. You're acting like you're the Superman. And that's why all the past leaders that are Yoruba, that's why they cry. Because they always act like they have solution for every single thing without minding their business. They act like they're this superior. And if you see, we have to talk sense.
You've not said anything regarding this matter.
I have not, but we have to talk senses to ourselves. We have to listen to everybody else. Listen to everybody else. Bring your own solution to the table and allow other people to also bring their own solution instead of acting like this almighty.
Oyala, ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ ilé ni kì í ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbogbò now. So I don't know. This is the maybe this is the wrong forum.
I mean, but can you explain to us what is he saying?
I don't know. Let me give you
stop pretending. Stop pretending.
No. Let me
give
an example of what he's saying. Hold on, Reminisuru. An example, you know how you guys will say, oh, we want government of regions or whatever. Yeah, that works perfectly in your own region because of your own popularity, right? But if you go to the South, you can't. It's harder to preach that same message over there. So we always look at things from our own perspective without considering other people's peculiar makeup. So that's what he's saying. So you must always consider the way they see things in their own region. Stop projecting your own beliefs on other people. It's a country, not a regional government or regional society. I think that's the point.
So, Babati, in addition,
this is what we're saying. Hold on, Uncle Remy, you will speak.
Just 1 minute, you'll be back. 1 minute.
I said you will speak. Hold on. Let me respond to Babati.
Okay, go ahead.
Babati, they say if your neighbor, not even your neighbor, the person they sleep on the same bed, they shop cockroach. If you caution that guy when they shop cockroach, by the time the thing begin they worry in belly in the night. Now the two of you no go sleep. Whatever they are doing there is affecting us. And people are saying we should not put our mouth there. Now,
No, that's not what he's saying.
that's my understanding now. If
No.
Northeast and Northwest are not part of the country today.
What he is trying to say is very simple. We have a deeply rooted culture, and we follow it, and it has helped us over the years, even more than 100 years. They also have their own way of doing things. At least the North was not like this before. If you tell 50 years ago, they also lived peacefully among themselves. But because of what happened before and after the 2011, that everybody knew that terrorism all over the world, and they are also trying to foment their own religion. They break their rank there. So they, unfortunately for them, they have some so-called stupid leaders that they thought that this is the way they should use it for political leverage, for power, and also
Remy,
to control.
You go explain tire. Now the same thing we see. You see the talk. Ilorin is a Yoruba land. The lack of identifying the danger around them. When the people there, they do not talk. At least you want to talk that Ilorin is a Yoruba. You
But
understand?
Ilorin,
Because
you are talking about.
Now, Ilorin is a Yoruba land. We don't normally have the culture they have in the north. Just because they're Pansa Ofunra, Pansa Wonjana, they are Aja Kofunra, Aja Wonjin. They're Onile Kofunra, Ole Okoile Wonlo. Now, no, I
understand.
Ilorin behave like the northern part of that country. And today, as a Yoruba person, I don't want a Yoruba town called Ilorin to be part of Yoruba nation because they've invited someone to put some kind of terrorism ideology in them. And if I want a Yoruba nation, I don't even want, you understand, someone that has even mingled with terrorists.
Wait, you don't listen. I just told you, stop putting your own perspective on everybody else. Just because you
is
feel that way, does not
you
mean
said
that that's
it's not,
the
it's
way.
not
your own personal opinion now.
Stop doing that. It's not good. Well, you kept saying they're of terrorist people. Why? Why are you putting your own?
You are saying something is not good, and we are the same country, and I'm afraid to travel to the north, and you are saying it's not good. What are you talking about? I don't understand what.
Oh my gosh! So
No. You should look at it this way.
I don't look at anything as in Nigeria. If whatever they are doing in the north, like
but
before,
you're not
I used
looking
to
at
travel
it
across
as
the
in
country.
Nigeria. You are looking at it from the Yoruba nation context.
That's not the point.
That's how you look at it. Now it's different. You are talking about Yoruba nation, and you don't want this Ilorin because they are speaking Yoruba, but you thought they are more aligned to the northern part of the country. You don't want them in the Yoruba nation.
So what about? I don't really understand. Maybe.
No. That's your opinion. That is your opinion, and we respect your opinion. Everybody should respect each other's opinion.
I didn't say I'm going to give them order now, but you are saying we should not put mouth. Putting mouth.
No,
where you are saying we should not put mouth. That's where you offended me.
Ola, I don't want you to mix it up. Try to understand.
Why would I not mix it up?
What he's just trying to tell you is that there are some things beyond our control. The way you want it as a Yoruba man or as Ola does not mean that is the way they will go about it.
Right, but here's what
we are
I'm
doing
saying.
We are mounting pressure.
Let me explain myself.
We are mounting pressure.
Let me
You
explain
understand when you are
myself a
mounting
little bit.
pressure?
Wait, let me explain myself a little bit. When you're making your opinion, let us know this is what I think. Not you are saying it like as if it's on what I'm saying is 100%, like, or it's 100% fact. Like, oh, those people, this is how they are. But do just be a little bit nicer. This is how I see it, and this is why I don't want. Doesn't mean that they might not see it that way. But when you say it as if, what I'm saying is factual, and there's other people that are doing that here as well. They would say it as if I see them. This is how they do. This is them. This is their way of. It's not. There's no way you will call somebody out like that, and you want them to come to the table and have a discussion with you. because they already know like you have your own opinion about them that they don't subscribe to, and if they try to let you know, you will not hear them out. That's what I'm saying. I care less
Okay.
about what you think about them, but
Okay.
I'm just saying that we should be respectful and let them know this is how I see it. And if they're telling us, yeah, you see it that way.
No, Remy, give me a chance to respond to him now. Now, Oriola, one thing I want you to understand is this. One thing I want you to understand is this. You see, all those ones you are saying, as you start playing with words, semantic, okay, in my opinion, you have to know that I'm not in the position of authority to give this. So whatever I say is by default my opinion. So I don't have to start adding word in my opinion in all those are forget about all those semantics.
I think you need
I
to
don't need
listen
that.
to the beginning of these things. When you guys
Now,
were talking, you're
hold
talking
on.
in the point of authority that this is what I see.
Hold on, sir. When the S-men pie Mrs. Olakunrin, because you said that there's a way we listen to our leaders, all those stuff. Even when Tinubu went there, where are the cow? The Southwestern people, they descended on Tinubu. You understand? The only reason that that everybody supported Tinubu in 2023 was that, okay, among these people, will you rather go for Atiku or this Omowalama? We go for Omowa. If there was alternative to Tinubu that time, believe me, people will go for alternative. But they didn't get alternative among those people. So what we are saying is this: when their leaders are doing all those stuff, you understand? You say because they respect their leaders. So if they were not challenging their leaders, and there's a big problem, and the problem is approaching my region, and you are saying I should not talk, I will. If the problem saying they not, I won't. Why are we talking?
I never said you should not talk, but I hear you.
So that's why I said I didn't get your point.
Nobody said you should not talk. I'm just saying that. And a good example would be this: at the beginning, when Hassan is saying, "Oh, this is how we see it from our side," and if you look other podcasters that the Northerners, you guys don't get a chance to hear them talk, but we also have the same type of podcast where we share our own opinion. And I remember, like, maybe some months ago, there was this lady, they had to jail her in Sokoto because she was calling some of the leaders out. A lot of Southerners would not see that. And that's where I'm coming from there. If you call me, if you're saying I'm not treating my kids very well, and I'm telling you that you only see what you see, but that's not what I'm doing. At least respect what I'm saying. Even you don't have to agree with me. You can say, okay, I hear you, but at least hear me out. And okay, and now we can now talk. How do we find solution to it instead of just disregard that person? Like, oh, you guys is always like that. And a lot of people here, the panelists, they were saying in the point of authority, like, this is how it is, this is how they do things. And that's where I'm coming from. Like, I don't think this is necessary. Just because our own place is good, thankfully, does not mean that they don't want their place to be good as well. But their own political leadership system is way different. I can't just go to somewhere now and say, oh, all of a sudden I want to do this or that. Or even if you want to run for politics, it doesn't even work like we respect the leadership system that we have. But over there or the other side, it's not like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, just for us to see and hear other people out. I don't care how we think, because everybody have different opinion. That's great. But just to say in the point of authority that this is what I see, and that's how it is, and that's how they act. They pie their people, they don't listen, whatever, they praise this and that. And the guy also gave an example. It was like there was some Islamic scholars that they pied them just because they spoke against this type of thing. But a lot of people on the panelists was like, no, you're lying. It's not like that. That's not what we see. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't live, if you're in Nigeria, like, you don't hear anything about what's going. I've never heard a radio that's talking about Hausa things when you're down south. It's not like that. That's what I was I'm speaking to that. At least let's hear other people out. It's not a big deal. Just hear other people out. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So, Uncle Remy, go ahead. Remy?
Well, what I really want to speak to is the what is it? The police that you guys were talking about. I think we spoke about it before. And I want to hear I was trying to hear what other people think because I think I said it before. I don't think the state police thing will work. I think we need at least the local government police as well. And if it's good enough, we can have the university also have their own police system. Or and like you guys were already saying, that like the if we get the state police, it looks like they're gonna upgrade, they're gonna move in the Amotekun into the state police or the whatever. What does Lagos have? Those neighborhood watch, they're gonna
Neighborhood watch.
move them into state police. I think that won't be good for us. I believe that we should still have the local and now have the states instead of they will overstretch. That's what I'm thinking. And that's what I think that maybe we can speak to. That do we actually think having just the states will work? I mean, we might come back in 10 years now and say, now we need the local. But I think we should think about this properly before they enforce it.
No,
And
the state police does not stop the federal police recruitment too. They will continue to be like, I don't know
we
what
know,
you have in America. Yeah, so
but
it
you
doesn't
still
stop
need the local.
And I think the problem, to me, I've not laid my hand totally on what is going to be on the State Police Act, the one they are trying to amend for state police creation, so that they can demarcate what kind of criminality fall under state jurisdiction and what other one that if federal police come into him, then it become the case for federal police.
Yeah, but
So
don't
you
you
have
think we still need a local to
yeah,
help them?
well, I would have loved us to have a local, but at the same time, I don't want us to jump everything together like that because you know Nigeria now. So let's
Well,
first
I
have
think we should
restraint.
do everything all at once instead of coming back in
No,
10, 20
no,
years.
no, that would be too much. Let's start with
I
state policing first.
I don't
Maybe
think
after
it's.
5 years,
Don't we already have vigilantes?
we do.
Yeah, why don't you
We
just
have
make them the local police?
the local government police.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. In fact, some of what you just said now is what some of them are canvassing for. They are saying that instead of state police, they should just have local police, and the federal police continue to do their work. Which to me, I don't subscribe to that. I really want that state police. Let the
I,
state police mind their borders. Let them police their state by themselves. So if now we are ready for community policing, but I think it should be a gradual step for community policing. The reason
I
why I said
think
so is that the literacy level of Nigeria is not up high there. So, and there will be duplication of duty. I don't want that. So let's put state police first and let's see how they work in the next 5 years. Then we can start thinking about community policing.
well, I don't think that's how you solve problems. The thing is, the way I see us is more like we're more like a consumer in a way where we see people do things and we just try to do plagiarism, copy word for instead of us to come up with our own idea first and now
But
see
that's why
people
we
that
are
might
here.
have wait, let me land. We now see people that might have similar things and try to understand how they work it instead of us just try to borrow other people's idea and copy it word for word instead of us actually have our own plan and just let whatever we bring in fit in into our own plan. That's why I'm saying like there's no way they would if there's a federal mean that any federal road that's where the police would is for federal police, any state road is for the state's police, any local government road is for the local police. That's how it should work. And when you have university they should have their own police as well. That's what I think, because I think this will come back in another year that okay, there's a
Well,
problem.
if you have another solution, I mean, but for me, I think We really need that state police. And moreover, you talk about road now. I want a situation where that all the road within a city, within a state, should just belong to state totally. Okay, when we talk about state resource control, once we have that one, then the federal government just hands off. Federal government just talk about foreign relation and economy. That too, and security is enough. So let each state deal with whatever they want to deal with in their own state.
Okay, guys, before I move the thing to the background, let me just thank our super chatter. Peace Forever, 942, thank you for your super chat. So Oriola, you have a supporter there. Congrats. So then this Hassan. So thank you for super chat. So anybody that want to join, I will leave the link here. So I will leave the link here. You can join. So we move it to the background. Go ahead.
All right. So where do you think the federal will control